Boa tarde para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for your presence here and just to inform that we had a modification regarding our opening remarks, and the speaker is not going to be here due to some health issues. We're going to have two panels from Hannah and Francois, and so this first panel will be done in English. So if you need the phones, if you need translation, please get the device outside. If you'd like, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes for you to get the devices outside, and we start the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony will be in English, in Portuguese, sorry, and you won't have any issues. Only the both of you will need the translation devices. I don't know which language I speak right now. I'm confused. Sorry. But for the Magnum speech, if you want to understand, you have to get the device outside.
Eles estão falando que você vai aparecer toda hora na filmagem. Vai ser melhor você ficar em pé naquele canto lá atrás da Fernanda, clicar lá de uma vez e aí de lá você consegue pegar, cobrir tudo o tempo. Tá? Ué, todo mundo já pegou os fones? A gente pode começar? Fica em pé e isso é. Que aí praticamente todas as pessoas vão ficar em pé também. Quando a mesa se formar, você senta. Você que vai ver a deixa de tudo. Então você vai ficar em pé, todo mundo fica em pé e você pode sentar como você sentar. Aí você vai me guiando, tá bom? Começar a falar, dá um foco pra ele, tipo, ligar, senão não aparece pra ele começar a falar agora. Tem que falar lá pra poder te conectar. Você fala isso?
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Let's start our opening of our second joint congress in mechanical vibration and technological innovations in health and for evidence-based practice. For the ceremony to go on properly, I ask you to switch to your cell phones to the silent mode. The 2024 Mevitih congregates together the third Congress of the Brazilian Association of Mechanical Vibration and the third International Congress on Technological Innovations in Health. 2024 Mevitih will release research activities developed by Brazilian researchers and researchers abroad about the use of mechanical vibrations to rehabilitation and health promotion, as well as other technological innovations. And we also aim to promote discussion regarding themes that are connected to health practices, seeking to enhance these practices based on evidence and to promote research in the area. Mevitih 2024 was organized by the Laboratory of Mechanical Vibrations and Integrative Practices, LAVEMP, and the Roberto Alcântara Gomes Institute of Biology at the Piquet Carneiro Polyclinics of the State University of Rio de Janeiro. We had the support of the polyclinic and the FAPERJ, the physiotherapist and sector, and the Piquet Carneiro Polyclinic and the Gran Cannabis Institute were also supported by PR2, PR5, and CEPUERJ, Crefito 2, Docebio, FCM, PGCM, Fish Clinics, Professional Master Course in Health and Lab Medicine of DPEMPES, SBPM, and VIBMAC Bio. We count on the support of the support of the Diversity Commission and the presence of Bianca, the interpreter, at the beginning of the opening ceremony. And to start the ceremony, we invite to the table the Mevitih president, researcher, and LAVEMP coordinator and director of the Department of Research of the University Polyclinic, Dr. Danúbia da Cunha. The General Director of Piquet Carneiro, Dr. and Professor Antônio de Sá Ribeiro, the Vice Director of the Biology Institute, Alcântara Gomes of the State University, Dr. Alessandro Antônio, the collaborator of the research, of the research department, Professor Ricardo Porto, the Pro-Dean, Dr. Elizabeth de Macedo, and representing the Health Pro-Dean of UERJ, Professor Ronaldo Damião, I invite Professor Alexandra Monteiro, Professor and Dr. Alexandra Monteiro. Please take your seats. Moving on, we invite all of you to listen to the Brazilian anthem. Aí eu botei aqui, aí você vai. In this moment, I will give the floor to your authorities that occupy the solemn table. You all have 5 minutes for your remarks. Give the floor to Dr. Danúbia da Cunha de Sá Caputo. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to greet the representative of the Dean of Health at UERJ and all the table, all my colleagues here. It's a wonderful moment to be here presiding the second joint international congress on mechanical vibration, technological innovations in health, and having as vice president Mr. Taillard from France. And this year, this Congress will also congregate activities of the third Congress of Brazilian Association of Mechanical Vibration Biosciences and the third International Congress on Technological Innovations in Health, presided respectively by Professor Dr. Bernardo Filho and by Professor Dr. Annelise Sonson, and vice presided by Professor Dr. François Possui and Dr. Erika Seixas. Thank you for you being here, for your presence here, being here and seeing so many people searching for knowledge, experience and exchange of experiences and partnerships is a motivation of happiness for me. This was planned with a lot of dedication, care, and love, and I'm so sure that will be a very transforming experience to every one of you. This year was very challenging from a very personal point of view. Being here, experiencing this dream wouldn't be possible without the support of all the wonderful people that this institute has placed in my life. So I'd like to thank God and my family and my friends for being here and for understanding me in my absences. I thank the Policlínica Pique Carneiro for all your support and help during this Congress and for living the dream with us. I thank the Dean of Health, Dr. Ronaldo Damião, the Dean for Graduation at UERJ, Professor Dr. Elizabeth Macedo, and for the help and support. I thank the Research Institute FAPERJ, represented here by Professor Luiz Gustavo Porto, by the fundings in 2024 through the support call for scientific events, Norma Albarella from EBRAC for the support and care as usual, represented by the Vice Director. I thank all the coordinators of the post-graduation courses, PGCM, Professional Master in Health, Laboratorial Medicine, all the directors of the medical science department, to Crefito and Bifito, MacBio, and ICBBM for your support. I thank you, the Pampers, for help and dedication, and 11P, who organized this moment with a lot of effort and care. Lastly, but not less important, I thank Mário Bernardo Filho, who started this path with 11P, organizing in general scientific events. Without all of you, none of this would be possible. For me, this is a moment to recognize the value of friendship. When we started building this event, we didn't have any funds, and we had the intention of having a low profile event accessible to everyone, but how to do it without money? All the contributions that we received from our partners made it possible. So I thank all the speakers here that decided to participate here without any help, financial help. And you brought fellows and you indicated also your friends to participate here. I thank also Bron Cannabis, our other partners, the endocrinology service represented by Dr. Rogério, FAPERJ, Pique Carneiro Polyclinic for the support, the financial support for the Congress, and Fator Eventos team, Mevitih 2024 has evolved, and with great pleasure we have the simultaneous translation of these speeches from English to Portuguese and vice versa, and also the sign language interpretation as part of the program of inclusion of diversity. Mevitih 2024 was being transmitted to national places by Dr. Fernando Henrique and to international audiences coordinated by Professor Dr. Bernardo Filho. It will be also transmitted to Minas Gerais, broadcasted to Minas Gerais, Rio Grande do Sul, Goiás, and Recife internationally. Will be broadcasting it to Italy, Spain, Kazakhstan, Taiwan, England, and United States. So, Mevitih 2024 is encompassing integration of the four continents. We have more than 10 countries participating and 4 other countries being speakers in Mevitih 2024. Professors and researchers from different departments in WED will be participating with us during the 3 days. And I'm so sure that we have special days with great opportunities of acquiring knowledge. And I'd like to inform, lastly, that we are organizing our next event for 2025 that will take place in November. It will last 4 days since we had a lot of interest from the side of our speakers. And we have another challenge: build together our next Congress. Please feel at home. Mevitih 2024 was prepared especially for each of you, and I am very happy that you are here. Please enjoy Mevitih 2024. Thank you very much. In this moment, I will give the floor to Professor Dr. Flávio Antônio de Sá Ribeiro.
Good morning. Is very happy that I receive welcome all of you, Professor Elizabeth, and all of the table. It's a pleasure to receive you here. I hope that you've been love for our house, like everyone that comes here. Our house is a very special one, and Professor Danubia and Mario executing, since I know all of them, a role that was really important there for the information of the institution on the academical environment. We are known for our quality, institutional proof from our to receive and to diffuse as the satisfaction from the user around 66%, and all of the difficulties our patients come here. They come here. It's not an easy task. It is hard, and even then, when they come here, they feel really welcome and treated. So what we want is the acknowledgement from part of the institution, from the university, as academia, and the production of acknowledgement and technology, and the production of the challenge of the polyclinic. It's not small. It's been high complex without being turned. It's a concept that is really difficult in our country. The high complexity is similar to hospitalization, and we say that high complexity is synonym of ambulatory treatment. So this is what we fight for and work really hard so they be acknowledged. It's a very important way of high complexity treatment is inside the characters of our university is the only one, is unique and very strengthened. see my friends there is really welcome, extremely nice and a unique place is they welcome all of our talkers and wherever they come. Welcome and bienvenue. And they all can use on this moment that will be all welcome and this event will be unique like the last one and be forgettable. Thank you everyone. We welcome the professora doutora Dr. Vitória. Good afternoon, everyone. So to say hi for our team, Gunnar Azevedo, and also to everyone here. I would like to register that Professor Norma that should be here in my place, but she had health issues, so she asked me to give you a salute and tell you why she's not here in this event, and to gather free counters from innovation and health. The foundation from the labs of mechanical vibrations for us it's the application of the researchers of WERJ. Inside our objectives, principal objectives from university, also contributing to the polyclinic and recent has results that really made us free. Also congratulate to direction of PPC and all the ones who were gave us a nice service, and also an initiative from your university to create this encounter. Also thanks to our scientific organization and the professors from the university and the program from the content that will be really rich, and we have a lot of exchange between all of us, and thank you everyone for being here. We welcome Professor Dr. Luis Cristóvão Porto. Good afternoon, everyone. In name of Professor Gerson and Professor Eliette Busquela, I am representing FAPERJ that feels really important here in this event, and they define the support from this second encounter that we have here in this house. And the second event talking about the mechanical vibration and health innovations is important topic. Like Professor Flavius said, science, innovation, and health, the biggest demand we have is a high complexity with low mobility and reeducation physics from the patients. So inside this perspective from the physiotherapy, the Professor Mario and Professor Danubia, they brought us innovation inside a practice on the ambulatory from the SUS. There is a success from the number of participants with relation to the last year. It's a success. Thank you everyone and to the participants. In the name of Professor Elizabeth, success for a good event. We invite Professor Dr. Elizabeth Fernandes Macedo. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to know there are universities doing what they meant to do. It's the research on high level associated to assistance. Assistance is also of high level and high complexity. This is happiness that we see the diversity from the polyclinic and other institutes like FCM, IBRAG have the possibility. I'm not also think about the event, but what it generates from this event, what comes after, with the possibility to develop this research associated to assistance and to also space from they have human resources. It's extremely important we do this different areas of formation and different labs from different assistance from the university. So as university, we offer not just action, so the population of Rio de Janeiro, a very high quality from the Rio de Janeiro population, but we also grow in the side of the development and medical area and associated areas that we had, because it's not just the doctors. It's a great pleasure to be here. So I thank you all the organizers and the institutes from university and also polyclinic from Dr. Flavio, the partnership, the being work here with different academical places. Thank you. I pass the word to Alexandra Monteiro. Good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's an honor to be here representing Professor Damian and being the last one to speak in this opening from this event that is extremely important and high relevance. Just to say hi to everyone, and Dr. Danubia is our president as a woman, so it's a point that it's a paradox we need to highlight. It's our reference is you and the owner of the house, Professor Flavio from the Polyclinic, and magnificent Dean, Professor Vietti. And APR5 is the integration, articulation, and it's this understanding of the network and development of the collaboration for the research, innovation, and development, and jobs and money. So we need to. This example from this event, I don't remember from the last year event, but I'm really proud to have here this year. So we have the technologies, it's a target to innovation. It's innovation from Brazil. There's a law inside of the TRIPSO else from market and university, and the government should fulfill the role, and the role of the university is to develop new technologies and to evaluate as to not just development, but to see if there's to understand what it's the technology and what it's AI, what it's the scientific evidence we have, and the context on the health as a whole. So it has a great value on this event. So I congratulate our dean and our professor. So I had a lot of interest in this area, and I take a liberty to say that to open a dialogue with our team for being close is a side of Damian professor said, and also Betty to see our diversity from the university and the multidisciplinary activities and everything that is being said today. So I'd like to congratulate and to thank the opportunity to be here and to see this look from the organization, and say everyone to have a great event, and we are thinking about the next year. Thank you, everyone. The sequence, we are going to have two videos with the speakers of two researchers in the innovations and technology. They couldn't be here today presential, but they sent the videos. So first we have the video of welcome of Professor and Dr. Alessandro Sartorio, and medical and head of rehabilitation from Institute of Italian San Giuseppe Institute of, and the sequence of Doctor of Head of Metabolism, Muscular and Bones from the Germany.
Dear Olivia and Mario, dear colleagues and friends, I'm really disappointed
Eu estou muito desapontado por não poder estar aí em 2024 no evento Mevitih. Infelizmente, minha clínica me enviou e nós estamos associados a
committee hampered me from staying for several days far from my country during this period of year. I'm sure that Mevitih 2024 will be an excellent meeting as the previous ones, allowing participants to acquire the latest scientific news from such prestigious local and international speakers. Despite this setback, I am eager to continue our professional relationships, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with you on scientific topics of common interest. My special wish is for you to have stimulating conference days and also pleasant moments of social life. Your friends from Italy, Alessandro Sartorio. See you again soon. Bye.
Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Hola. Bonjour. Hello. Buongiorno. E o mais importante, bom dia, Rio de Janeiro. Greetings from the German Aerospace Center, where you can see me sitting here in the 4th floor of the building in the background. What an enjoyable and interesting meeting we had last year. Thanks again to Mario Bernardo Filho, Danube de Sacaputo, and their entire team for organizing it last year, this year, and hopefully in many years to come. It's a pity that I will not be able to join this year, but luckily 2 of my students will be making a contribution to your excellent scientific convention. I do wish the meeting the best possible success. E spero che nos vediamo in breve. Bye.
In this very moment, we would like to say that Dr. Denise Flavio, Director of COFITO 2 and representing COFITO, is here. We would also like to thank the presence of Dr. Luciana from PGCM. We would also like to thank all the authorities and people here for your thoughts and knowledge, and would like to invite everyone to our opening panel that is called Health Innovations through Clinical Practice Based in Innovation. And we say that Eliette Buscelli would be here but could not come due to health issues in her family. So we will be having here Dr. Reda Tayar and Dr. José Alexandre Bacu.
Good morning. Nice to be with you since several congress, and as you can see in this first presentation, we have got just a little change, and I will just take the goods area, and Elliot was divided by two people, me and François, for this first presentation. I would like to share with you some information about that will be general about the utilization of the new all the technology in medicine, and I would like to summarize some information about with you about the healthcare innovation for evidence-based clinical practice, and how we are today talking about the new technology as an artificial intelligence or different area that medical field need to use in the future, because we have some development in one area about industry and other stuff, but in medicine we must follow this involvement and this progress in the aim to ameliorate the daily life of patients and how we can improve all these parameters. As where I can. Sorry. Okay. Yes. This one. Okay. Sorry. Just some information. I am Professor Vedat Ayar. I am working since 30 years in different applications in biomechanics, health, disease, and rehabilitation, with a high level of sport also, and ergonomics in industry. That means I am a biomedical engineer. And my future orientation, I developed some field in the application of artificial intelligence, brain-computer interface, and I have saved on various academic positions as professor in biomechanics at the University of France, and as a researcher with Professor Boyer in the Hospital of France in the area of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And also I am editor and guest editor in several journals as Augmented Human, Biomechanics, etc. Today I would like to share with you some law that the European Council made in the aim to achieve this objective in 30 years. Professor Boyer, you have something to tell? Everything is okay for you? This European Union makes some objectives to achieve in the future, as the first objective in 2030. In the utilization of big data, in the artificial intelligence, and in the aim to automate feature extraction and change detection. And for this first presentation, I will just share with you some basic information, and to start to think about the bad thing to use the ChatGPT, and the good thing, and also how we are working in medical field, and how this industry develop a lot of advice that we can use for people today in the aim, as I told before, to ameliorate the daily life. This is the first objective, and this European Commission makes some objective as a potential to become the global leader in safe and the utilization of artificial intelligence, with 4K or 4 objectives. The first one, for instance, is to build, to be back, please, with this one. Yes, thank you. Yes, next. With this objective as a build strategy, leaders, for example, for different sections, set enable condition, make the European Union in the right place, and to use the technology in the aim to ameliorate the daily life of people. Today, people are talking about different definition as I'm sorry, I'm a little bit lost with this. Yes, in the world today, as the key words, we are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, data science, data analysis, data meaning. All this information give the definition of what we are using today as big data. That means for this part is some technology what the industry develop, but in the medical field we are a little bit late in this orientation. Artificial intelligence and big data are high volume, high velocity, and high variation information that we can asset and require new form processing, or to complicate intelligent analysis of data that make big information, or using as a bottom line, for example, for any data that exceed our current capacity of processing. And for this, I will give just some information. We use, for example, for instance, this cat 4V. The first one as a volume, as a data at rest. The second one is the velocity, data motion. The third one is the variety of data that we can save and that we can structure. And the last one is the data in doubt that will be in the mistake area, because all this utilization will help people to develop some model, and after to make some simulation in the aim to decrease the number of experimentation and all these parameters. Generating big data today is the interaction between social media and network, for example, YouTube and you know all this variable. The utilization of the scientific sensor, for example, to carry some data. The third one is, for instance, the mobile device, the sensor technology. All these parameters can help people to progress and innovate the ability to collect data today. And we are, in our work, we are every time collecting this kind of data. The most important question today is how we can accelerate the analysis of this data in the aim to increase our knowledge. As I told before, the objective is to manage, analyze, summarize, and visualize other orientation that we can that we carried before. Sorry. Data model, for example, since until the latest year, five and until 10 latest year, we use this kind of model that a few companies are generating and others are consuming. And today we are all together that by using this kind of model we are all user generating data, and all of us also are consuming this kind of data. I will give just some definition for instance, for the artificial intelligence that all people know today, but it's difficult to understand because the industry make a lot of progress, but in the area of improvement in human is not, we are a little bit late. This parameter can, for example, permit people to use deep learning as a geospatial application. Deep learning is little subfield of artificial intelligence. It's the ability to learn complex pattern and also give us the ability to detect objects and to modelize and to simulate some tasks that we can't. It will be that are difficult to do by experimentation, and the objective is to make, for instance, the automatic tasks like classification and change detection. And we are in the area of research in human, searching for all the utilization of different domains as urban planning, smart city, precision agriculture, disaster management, defense, national and security. And today all these data are accelerating our knowledge in the different devices that we are using today. And also what I say before, that a lot of development in urban planning, for example, as a smart city, by using different application, and also we have today for people having injury, the smart home. That means different sensor inside the home in the aim to ameliorate and to improve the daily life of patients. He told me that I have just more 5 minutes. I will go faster just to show, for example, some device. Today we are using the application and all the development that you have from industry, urban section, and we start to use all of them, for example, for model, for example, for 3D model in the aim to improve the augmented reality. We have some journal in science also starting to work in the augmented human, for instance, and we have some example that I will show faster because I have just 5 minutes. I am sorry. By the utilization in the application, sorry, for medicine. The big development that we have today is the brain-computer interface that with the aim to build a direct channel between the human brain and the computer. Brain-computer interface is the system that allow communication between brain and various. Because I have to let François to finish this presentation, I will show faster. And also I will put this presentation at your disposal if you want to exchange more about this. Brain-computer interface. Today we have also in France some area of research for this in the aim to, for example, to detect the interaction of neuron that is very, very fast. And I have, and also in neuroscience, by using different devices to replace the function of impaired nervous system, sensory organ, to connect brain or central nervous with a computer system. And today we are using this kind of technology. Also, we have some robotics that we can apply in the aim to ameliorate rehabilitation. And at least I will show just one video. Sorry, we have also some development in FNIRS by using the different system to see the brain work and in relation with different injury. And also we have the architecture of the NIRS, also with the method that we can use. And the last one will be the application in robotic. I will show you just some information just to open and to close the hand, for instance. All this kind of technology, we are people are starting and in the beginning of the stage to use this kind of technology. But what I would like to say is even if we have this technology of artificial intelligence and all these parameters. This can't replace the interaction between the medical doctor and the patient. We can use this kind of technology, but we have to take care. And also what I have to give as advice, we have ChatGPT today that people can use for our research and translate things also. And as editor in different journal, this is the very big mistake, because now they develop other soft to find the real work of human and the real work of ChatGPT, for instance, and we have to take care about this. I will let François maybe to tell just 1 minute if you we are a little bit late.
We can change the presentation. Yeah, yes. Thank you.
Sorry.
First of all, I thank you to invite me in this good meeting. Thanks to Mario and Danubia to be invited. I'm very happy to be here. And the countries and Rio is incredible and a very, very nice city. Not Yes, it's not the same. And the people are very kind. So I just 1 minute. Yes.
Because I am saying.
Well, the prism of the presentation is to be to the big data from the precision medicine, because I think we have the two things. We use big data, but we have to be personalized and precise. And this is not, it's difficult to be the two. You can be one and the second. So, tu sais comment on fait? Oui. Tu sais, non? No. You can pass the slide. Can you?
Just with a.
So what we do in Reims, in my office, we talk this evening at this kind of program, is a stroke program for upper extremity, and we have a talk at 6, I think. Slide, please. In this protocol and programs, we use linear algorithms. You know these algorithms, but when you use these algorithms, you have 20% of errors, and that can be the only these algorithms to use, because you have to predict that the patient can use his hand, and we need to use IE to go further and precise, because in scientific area you can't have 20% of errors. So, slide please. The second study we make is categorizing walking hypostroke hemiplegic, and radar make movement analysis, and we collect all the data, big data, micro big data, and you can pass the slide please. Here the labs, slide please. And we collect this data in this patient. We have two groups of patients, toxin and non-toxin, botuline. And we can see that, slide please, that we have two clusters. One cluster don't work very slowly and inferior to 0.4 meter per second, and one cluster that work speeder and this is 1.6 meters per second. Slide, please. We, in clinical office, we think that we have two types of patient that work slowly, and this is not veritably a work, but balance and working inside. And the second group is patients that work outside, but symmetry is not very, symmetry is heterogenic, but in the cluster 1 and 2, symmetry is ameliorated, improved by toxins. But you decrease the speed of working. So we use this data with composite analysis, and it's very interesting to say what I make in rehab with type of patient cluster 1 and 2 and type of patient cluster 3.
And that you can see is what I was presenting on the first is today we carry a lot of data with patients, and the aim is how we can use this kind of technology in the aim to find other way to understand, because the medical approach and the data that we can carry with the patient, we think that by using this kind of technology, we can find other information and other way to research on the future.
We have had two examples with using big data or micro big data to be more clever. But slide, please. And yet we use methodology for rare disease. It is a study with gene therapy for spinal muscular atrophy with nusinersen, and we're using a methodology that is single case experimental design. Slide, please. So you measure the patient in baseline, and then you start the treatment, and you continue to measure the patient during the treatment. So each patient, it's the own controls. Slide, please. And you can see that scaled study is very simple in statistics. You have visual analysis and statistical indicator. Slide. And here's a patient, 6 patients, but each patient is one slide. And you have to trace the figure, and we can see that the blue had an effect. The red was decreasing and is stabilizing. And we have a good follow-up of the treatment, because this treatment, in one treatment is 80,000 euros each 4 months. So it can be a method to say I continue or not. It's an effect or not. And it'd be good in a very expensive treatment or in rehab too. It's a good method. Slide. And we measure quality of life. Slide. And I thank you for for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Vai, meu filho.
Aqui
We're gonna just rearrange the room because we have set our timing for 30 seconds. We have a core presentation right now.
André, chama o coral aí, por favor. Fala que eles podem vir.
Andrea, please call the core. Let them know that they can start now.
Deu 30 segundos?
Did you see that was 30 seconds, right?
Ó, já tá dando 31.
We are in the 31st now, second.
Muito bem, muito obrigada.
So thank you very much.
Tá vendo?
They are coming. All right.
Parabéns, viu?
Congratulations, 30 seconds.
Quem sabe faz ao vivo, vai lá. Fizeram ao vivo em 30 segundos.
Yes, they did it in 30 seconds. They removed the balcony. We're going to have a core presentation now, and then we're going to our, right after to our opening cocktail moment, and then we go back to our round table, our first one. And in the end, Yasmin's gonna explain better, but there is a video that you're gonna see that we're gonna be playing. We're having the Mevitih moment this year, so we're gonna have the opportunity to take pictures and post it. Please play the video right now. And you're gonna receive awards. We're gonna have the best picture of today, of tomorrow, and of Friday. And after, in the closing ceremony, we're gonna have the awarding moment, not only for the posters, but the posts, but also for the pictures, for the photos that you're going to be sending to us. So we're gonna have also other moments of raffles for the kids and the prizes that our supporters have gently given us. See, please come in. Be our guests, please come in. Children also? I thought we had only adults. No, I don't think we have children. Well, we've arranged only for adults, but if you have kids too.
Isso. Aqui eu já. Hã? Subir?
Eu vou falar depois.
Teremos agora a apresentação do
We're going to be having right now the presentation of the core of the state of Rio de Janeiro.
Alô? Então.
Hello, so I didn't come here to speak, but to sing. Have them singing to you, but I would just like to say a few things. We're looking for so much technology because we need them in medicine and so many other fields, but there are so many things that we can do towards treatments, physical and mental cure, but also spiritual cure through music. All spiritual activities have to do with music as well. So these young singers, all the motivation, the will they have to sing, and the pleasure they demonstrate in singing, this is health. Singing is health. It doesn't make you fat. It does not make you put up weight. Technology helps a lot, but there are a series of things that can heal too. We're gonna go now to another universe, and we walk through many different universes. Now we have outras. We think no, I haven't finished.
Ela já me despediu da gente.
Nós vamos dar os informes que a gente ia dar ao final depois, então podem ficar.
We're gonna give you some informations at the end, not now. So at 3:30, we go back for the first round table.
Tá, deixa eu te falar uma coisa. Pede pra Luísa passar pra ela tudo quanto é coisa de água pra ela poder resolver.
Tá, vou ver, vou procurar a Luísa então.
Tá ali dentro da minha sala. Aí tem uns garrafas descartáveis, gente. Comprou uma jarra de água com essa deixa a jarra de água aqui e aí você enche os dois. Tá, obrigada. Vamos, vamos.
Dá tipo R$1.000, né?
Vai começar ou quer que comece?
Posso começar?
Shopping já no lugar, né?
Vou deixar dois lá.
Isso, exatamente. Mas a moça aqui vai poder...
Isso aqui foi ajudando.
Então, a gente deixa cheio, qualquer coisa que precisar encher, a gente não vê no meio
Bota
também.
mais dois aí.
information,
Só atrás,
but
tá.
you
After
will
I am, yes,
call
coordinator.
okay, and you will call the lecture, the researcher, okay? Não, só os copos de água, ela vai poder. Eu vou esquecer de deixar ela por enquanto a água, tá? Vamos, nós pedimos que
We ask you to please take your seat so that so that we can start. Are you all here? So let's move on. So I'm gonna start here giving you some information that we should have done before, but since we were late and we had some delay, we decided to start the opening cocktail. So I'm gonna give you this information. We're gonna move on with our activities with our first round table. I think you noticed that we have some TVs here inside this space in the Congress. Who of you would like to have your banner there? I would ask you to send us the PDF or the video to the same address, the same email address where you sent your first presentation. I know that we have some people that did not identify their schedule for the banners. Look for Gabrielle. She will inform you about your schedule for your banner. And besides the presentation, as we arranged before, you will also have the opportunity to leave your poster being presented during the whole Congress. So I ask you to please inform the address, abstract2020@gmail.com, where you initially the address to which you initially sent your presentation. So this year we're gonna have a special activity. We have a competition of creative photograph. We have our criteria. During the breaks, we're gonna just show the criteria here to you. We have some TVs outside also there showing the criteria. You need to take pictures using hashtag #MevitMoment and tag Mevit20 Mevit profile, Mevit hashtag, and tag the profile. We're gonna choose a finalist to award each day, and we're gonna award them also at the final ceremony, at the closing ceremony. The prizes that will be distributed and drawn, we will not be able to give you the prizes if you're not here. The first 3 places in terms of winning banners, if you're not here in the day, we're gonna forward to you per email the certificate, but we cannot guarantee the delivery of the prize for you if you're not here. The certificate, yes, but for the prize, you really have to be here during the closing ceremony. And we're gonna create a way to distribute the prizes that will be drawn, maybe by name, number. But if you're not here in that moment, we call your name or your number, we're gonna move on to the next person. More information arriving right now. We're gonna have a dinner, a social dinner, as we do every year. It's gonna be tomorrow at Oliva in Shopping Boulevard in Vila Isabel neighborhood. We need to know how many people are going to be there for us to book the tables. Each of you are going to pay for your service, but we need to know how many people are willing to participate at the dinner. We're gonna leave at the end of the day and go directly to the shopping mall, to the restaurant. So now we'll finish with this information session. I'm going to call the first round table. But first of all, I'm going to give the floor to Professor Rida because, as you saw in our schedule, we have 3 coordinators per table. And the first one is going to be receiving, welcoming the speakers for that round table. And we have our arrangements for delivering certificates and else. So enjoy the Congress.
Start this round table where I will be coordinator with Alessandro and Anna. The first presentation will be the effect of systemic vibratory therapy in individual with knee osteoarthritis with Professor Mario, that I am very happy to see and to be the coordinator. Please, Mario.
Boa tarde a todos, boa tarde a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Danubia for the invitation as the person who's creating this Congress, who is presiding, the chair of the Congress. My theme is effects of systemic vibratory therapy in individuals with knee osteoarthritis. Next slide, please. So the theme is effects of systemic vibratory therapy in individuals with knee osteoarthritis in their knees. So if you don't know me, I'm full professor, retired at UERJ, the State University of Rio. And although I'm retired, I still coordinate some subjects at the post-graduation program and also working with some theses. And I'm the founder of Love MP. I'm a fellow at CNPq. And with my pension, I could reopen my office. So actually, currently, I'm the president of the Brazilian Association of Mechanical Vibrations and Biosciences. I ask you to please affiliate yourselves to this association. One of the good things that happen is that you have you paid lower amount for subscribe to come to this event. And I am the co-editor of the Brazilian Journal of Mechanical Vibration and Biosciences. And you are all welcome. So let's talk about 2 issues, 2 themes. We're going to talk about our systemic vibratory therapy and osteoarthritis. But this fantastic structure, which is our knee, and very important for us to execute so many activities and functions during our daily life. It's important to draw your attention to, when I think the anatomic structures of our knees, I think about our cartilage, our joint, and throughout time, this knee can be damaged, and their structures could be damaged and can be installed. The so-called knee osteoarthritis could happen. There is a physiopathology associated, but the alterations in the cartilage, the joint cartilage, will create a series of other phenomena that will end up in osteoarthritis. It's not a mechanical process only. It involves also an inflammatory process. We have molecules that will be present. We have inflammatory and anti-inflammatory molecules. Let's talk about the systemic vibratory therapy. It involves the using of mechanical vibration from the platform vibration generated by this platform. And these platforms produce vibratory vibration, systemic vibrators, and as long as the person is in contact with this platform, this vibration is transmitted to the body, creating some exercises which result in physical activities. Because we're gonna see the international bodies recommending, advising people to do some physical activities to treat and to prevent osteoarthritis in their knees. And I'd like in this moment to invite you to join me in this trip, talking about knee osteoarthritis therapy, vibratory, systemic vibratory therapy. So the osteoarthritis is a process, progressive, is a degenerative and inflammatory process that touches many joints, affects many joints, knee included, and that's why we have the knee osteoarthritis. And it has some characteristics. First of all, it's the most common form of osteoarthritis, and it's important when we say that there are many factors that would favor the knee osteoarthritis. One of them is the age. So researchers, world prevalent researchers show that from 15 years old onward, there is 16% possibilities of developing osteoarthritis, and above 40 years of age, it goes up to 22.9%. And there is another data that concerns us. The higher prevalence is in women when compared to men. So it's one more reason why you should be worried about knee osteoarthritis, although all of us should pay attention to this. Besides the clinical symptoms, that we're going to see later on, there are researchers that help in our diagnosis. As I said, it is a progressive degeneration of the articular cartilage, and that ends up in the sclerosis of the subchondral bone. And you can follow this in this picture. There is the narrowing of this joint space, and we start to see osteophytes in a marginal level. But when I think about the bone, and when I think about the knee is not only bone. You know, you have tendons, you have other structures, and you also have the muscles. And these muscles, they end up suffering with the age because of the changes that the individual will, their knee joint will go through. So when I think in this therapy, vibratory therapy, one of the effects is to enhance muscle strengthening. So when I make this association, the practical effects are these: muscles that are related to the knee. Which would be the risk factors for knee osteoarthritis? We talk about age, genetics, the higher prevalence in women, but there are other conditions that collaborate to contribute to osteoarthritis. Among them, obesity, diabetes, joint injuries, and microtraumas, you know, those the small jumps that we do and we do not, pay attention to them. They might be compromising your knee. So which are the symptoms associated? One of them is the pain. This individual feels pain, but this person also there is this floating, there is this stiffness, edema, muscle weakness, and then you start to hear those small noises. All of this compromises the biomechanics of the gait, and this individual, of course, is not stimulated to perform physical activities, and then it becomes sedentary, which will boost the possibility of other relevant and relative diseases. And which are the objectives, the goals of this treatment? Which are the goals? One of them is to reduce the pain, reduce joint stiffness, improve joint stability, and improve the quality of life, because this will also damage and impact the individual's quality of life. Which are the treatment options? There are treatments, of course, but when I talk about knee osteoarthritis, it's important to say that we don't have cure for knee osteoarthritis, but we have many possibilities, many treatments allowed, pharmacological ones, and when I think about it, regardless of the medications and the colors I'm using here, we are trying to reduce pain and improve joint function. There are also biological agents. They are gaining importance, and to which extent we can apply them in a more intense way. We have the platelet-rich plasma, and we have the mesenchymal stem cells, because we want to reduce pain, improve stiffness, and improve the function. There is also surgery process, and the idea here is also to relieve pain and improve the function. And we have the non-pharmacological treatments, and I draw the attention to physical activity, because in our lab, in Lab MP, we work with one physical activity, which is the whole body vibration exercise. And in our project, we use also this non-pharmacological technique, which is the auriculotherapy connected to Chinese medicine. I stimulate some points in my ear with the aim to reduce pain, reduce the use of medication, and improve joint function. Clearly, when I go to international bodies that suggest their treatments, and they say, and we say that the physical activity is very important, and we have the Osteoarthritis Research Society International. We have the American College of Rheumatology that places physical activities as so much important for these patient dealing with knee osteoarthritis. But this individual feels pain, joint instability, worse mental health, difficulty sleeping, has a worse quality of life. What's the motivation to exercise? He is unmotivated to do physical activity, and the alternative is, for him, the systemic vibratory therapy. But why is it important? Because, why does it become important? Because it is safe, potentially without adverse effects when protocols are followed correctly. We use the platform, and it's so easy to turn it on. But there are a series of conditions that have to be well established. The biological effects of this therapy are similar to physical activity. We have a relatively low cost. Benefits are proven scientifically. I can adjust the treatment. I can adjust to the individual's limitations and disabilities. It is relatively quick. It has good tolerance and endurance and low perceived exertion. We don't feel like we're putting effort in doing this in performing this activity. This therapy works like this. We have the mechanical vibration, then it goes to the platform, and from the platform to the person, creating a whole body vibration exercise. In this therapy, in this systemic vibratory therapy, and what should be considered when we perform this intervention? I'm going to try to think about the type of platform and also in the mechanical parameters, which are frequency. I'm going to think of exposure time. It's not going to be exposed for so long. I'm going to have some resting time, weekly frequency, and the total time of the treatment, and also the positioning of this patient. There are some forms of positioning. On the right, we have the patient sitting down. Her body vibrates, yes or no? Yes, even if she's sitting down. Look at it, the position of the hands, that's extremely important. And on the left, she's standing up and her body is vibrating too. What's going to be the positioning in our lab with our protocols? Our option is the patient sitting down in the chair with the feet supported by the platform. What are the facts described in literature regarding these therapy for patients with knee osteoarthritis? We have many. We have several. From the physical standpoint, I have an enhance of the muscle strength and power, bone mineral density. All of this favors the patient to be, favors a treatment. We have a better body composition, better blood circulation. We enhance balance and coordination and the function capacity. That's amazing. And we also decrease risks. Less falling, risk of falling. Many researches show this. One of the main symptoms are pain. And what do I have here? The decrease in pain level. And I boost the quality of life, the quality of sleep. When you have pain, you do not sleep well. You have a better cognition and a better quality of life. This is so beautiful. And there's also the inflammatory biomarkers. They are described in literature and they increase anti-inflammatory biomarkers. Osteoarthritis is an inflammatory disease and it decreases pro-inflammatory biomarkers. And what do we have in terms of evidence-based clinical practice for our procedures? We have several publications. I'm going to quote just some of them. We have this publication that assessed the effect of mechanical vibration and the whole body vibration platform on knee osteoarthritis patients. And out of it, we use a frequency of 5 to 40 hertz with 2.5 to 7.5. There are various protocols. They've changed a lot. So we have to study more to establish which are the best ones. And we have also improvement of muscle strength. We have better balance, better proprioception, and this is very beautiful. And we're going to go a little faster now. I just have to use it better, but in these publications with the patients sitting down and standing up as well, another publication, another review using 10 to 30 hertz frequency, high frequency, many researches, many studies. But the important is whole body vibration on knee osteoarthritis, decreasing pain, and decreasing time to tuck test, improving muscle strength. I don't need to say anything else, right? I just have to try to use this, pointer better. Look at this. Only one session. I didn't say in the beginning, but the number of women is higher than men, and this is related to prevalence. One single session, and also the age. It enhances neuromuscular activity. This is another review, another research with 81 people, 70 women in this age. We have also a frequency of 20 hertz, 2 millimeters, boosting muscle strength. I don't have time to say all the numbers, but we're going to take a look. There are there's a lot of scientific evidence that favors the use of this intervention. This is another review, and this is interesting because it studied the inflammatory markers and arriving to the conclusion that in the platform group, we had a significant reduction in the plasma concentration of inflammatory markers. This is amazing too. What have our lab been doing during this time? What's the relevance of this study? First of all, for our protocol, 10 sessions, 2 sessions per week, a patient sitting in an auxiliary chair, the frequencies, 3 minutes of work in each condition with 1 minute of rest. This is the protocol that we use in our studies. And there are also publications of our group, by our group, showing that the mechanical vibration enhances a lot of different conditions of the patients. These are some other reviews and publications. The contribution of our lab and the thing of decreasing pain level and all these ongoing studies with some results concluded and some other preliminary review about the vibratory therapy with patients with knee osteoarthritis. And a question, could systemic vibration therapy be an important intervention for the manage all these patients? Yes or no? Wow, it can be useful. Again, I thank you, the current chief of the lab. The group is here, united. We received support from FAPERJ and CNPq for our studies. Thank you all again for your presence here and for supporting me too, for having me here. Thank you.
And thank you for all your work until this moment, even if you are in treatment. The second presentation will be by Professor Dr. Paula Cesar Handem, entitled Somatotype in Spondyloarthritis and its clinical and social interaction. Please.
Thank you very much. I will speak in Portuguese. And if you could, Ivan, after my lecture, I can talk to you about this lecture. If you the same.
Good afternoon. It will be a totally different thing that we're going to approach here. I'm rheumatologist doctor and developed my work in a federal university in the ambulatory of osteoarthritis, but I'm also a doctor from sports. We use this very frequent on the distribute of talent on sports. So what I did was to think outside the box. So I'm going to bring my experience of entrepreneurial experience to the medical clinical. We have some institute showing the benefits of the somatotype in the treatment of cardiovascular disease, but a few studies about the musculoskeletal disease, but it talks only of osteoarthritis, and we say that the people who are a little obese doesn't develop process, but when you see your corporate distribution, you see a big problem in it starts seeing a pattern, hypertrophical, it's endomorphic, and what is endo, there's more fat, but who is less, there's a endomorphic who is more muscular. So based on this, maybe you didn't knowledge of spondyloarthritis, but we call on the past osteoarthritis and spondyloarthritis. But what's the actual component and what compose the disease of the group? This is a disease has a classification 2009 who divided in axial and peripheral in the EAS, and it's axial spondylitis or axial no radiographical. It's what is shown on the MRI, but not on the X-ray. So spondylitis you could see on the radiography, but you see on the beginning, so reactive and the serious type, and the intestinal or disease who are indifferent. But now it changed, and to 2024 we said goodbye to all of these names, and now is spondylitis ankylosing, but now is spondyloarthritis radiographic. We keep the spondyloarthritis, and the juvenile stays there acquired, but the peripheral they came as spondyloarthritis periphericus, but they take your attention for the phenotypes. We see how they have the activity of the disease. So is spondyloarthritis, there are these clinical things like oligoarticular, lower extremities, or in the daclyside, antonide, balanide, and cervicide, or uveitis. You have the inflammatory disease on intestine, like the colite and retrocolite, and cutin accompaniment, like psoriasis. And we see the clinical phenotypes is the articular and the intestinal and the ocular, because we have some studies nowadays that shows that which more phototypes we have, it's worse the evolution of the disease. So everything that I'm saying now is just to show your attention on the definition of the disease, because Mario said here the importance of the sport on the activity on the osteoarthritis, my error. So what's the definition of spondyloarthritis? Is the patient who has pain in more than 3 months, and it's worse in being stopped and better when you are in the exercise. So in reality, when you are working on the middle of the night with the you can so the exercise is the working of the disease, so we conquer the what you were like my friends, let's put the cat so we can run from the toys. So who is going to put the toy? So this is a clinical profile. There were definition of the like the amnesis and the presence of the DH827. So this is a when I did analysis with the HLA of the laboratory here on the wedge, so I couldn't close the 61 of the group. We kept on the fundão and came here. So I said, I give you money who came here, but it's difficult because of the money or because you had to pay a taxi or it's there. You see here like UVI anterior, blinked, cervici, dactyli. Look to the nails of the patient, may have some lesion. You have psoriasis, enthesitis, radiculitis. So quickly passing right here, you have the phenotype. There is real geological, and you see the sacrolated degrees. You see on X-ray or the MRI. You can do close the diagnosis with the images of the MRI, and like I did on the rheumatoid arthritis. So this is the antecedents where calcone on the knee, so you can do the feet. Look into the convoluture. You see the spine here. From bamboo is a classic. And this is a phenotype from the X-ray. So this is a somatotype is also a phenotype. So you are quantifying our physical form for, like I said, using on the sports medicine. But initially this was difficult because in the beginning of the century you used the anthropometrical formations. You say you see your face, your have characteristics from your hands. You look like a thief. You look like assassin. But Sheldon said it's not possible. So he started to study the phenotype and see the psychic profile. So this evolved in some way. We could extrapolate from create endomorph and ectomorph and mesomorph. So technically we have is more straight, you have more fat, or you have more muscles. And Parnell and Harford said they prefer Sheldon method, who have the International Society for the Advancement of Kinetometry. I'm Isaac 1. You can be Isaac 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the end of the month, I'm gonna be Isaac 2 because 3 and 4 wants to be instructor, and for me, it's not interesting to do this. So the endomorphs, you have the measures of the skin. You have mesomorph, you have the height, the measures of the height to the humerus from the femur. So the classical characteristics of the importance of mass, sometimes somatotype with the phenotype, and the example I give you to identify on the sports is here. You see the Olympic champion and there's a world champion. And the Olympic champion his nickname was Albatross. He was really tall and have arms who were really big, and I forgot his name, but I will remember Alex Baldwin. And here we have Pradinho. His name is Pradinho. Also say is short, small, but they have, so they are being champions on the. So we start to stratify in our hospital from the patients. What's the prevalence of somatotype of patients of spondyloarthritis? So we saw in the method, and we distribute, and we thought the mesoendomorphic with meso equivalent, because this study for 66 and 67 with Parnell was everyone ectomorph, but he said was ecto, endo, and exo in same proportion. So we would try to do this analysis inside of the criteria of ASA, and Arnold. So we have the mesoendomorphic more prevalent on the epic here on the peak, and then on the periphery you have the subtypes, but hypertrophy with the being thin with the skin phenotype, but they have this absence. You have the pondylotride radiologic, and you have hypertrophy and skinny with the presence of Q10 phenotype. You can have the same type of exercise. This is related to the thinking because I went to September and get to see the results because I defended my doctorship, so I was approved with. But I want to present the study in GETS. So what we have there, the International Congress of Spondyloarthritis. So I gave 2 posters, 2 banners, and a lot of folders, and I came back without none because everyone wanted to see what is this, what you're talking about. That no one knows this. And we're doing a series of things that are important. When you have a mesoendomorphic, you have 3 phenotypes. And the mesomorph, you have to analyze this data. It's another legacy I had. So why do we see all of this? We see all this because we wanted to do the correlation of clinical and x-ray. So everyone did this treating the same patient A or B, and I give you the same medication and you both have the same diagnosis, but you answer well and the other don't. So what I ask you today, what is this? Or even physical therapy, you adopt one conduct, but different patients who have the same indications of this, but they answer differently. But I ask you, what is the answer for this? Anyone can speak now, so but we used to say it's the biological individuality, it's from the person everyone has. So I would like to understand if the somatotype can answer to this question. And it starts to answer a little bit. And you see here our triangle for the somatocarta. You see these described from Parnell, Carter, and all of them. You see these concentration here with the exchange between fat and muscle. And then this is what it was important. So to summarize, we came from the study and from the first analysis on K-off. So we start to say first on the social interaction. Anyone here attend a psoriasis patient? How they are? How they are, these patients, they are happy, they are depressed, they don't want to be in the hospital. Yeah, so look this, what is the diagnosis? The social diagnosis is important. First thing I'm going to say that before a clinical diagnosis, you have the social diagnosis. So this makes the whole difference. Doctors used to say, you didn't take your medicine or the exam. Why you didn't do? The guy is intimidated. He asked you if he had the money to do the exam or to do this. What was the socio-economical condition of this patient? So this is really important. So we find this, the social sample was shown this. It was Mary and being lived on good sanity and have a good service of. But when you have social, you have poor. Mesoendomorph and mesoendomorph, they are employed to problems comportment behavior, and you have to be a better quality of sleep. Subjects of AAS, access board servers have health, they have profiles being calm and have more than one kid, and And the patient with psoriasis represents a depressed profile and being anxious. And the body composition and strongly influenced by the disease being correlated with the DSS. So when you know the diagnosis, you know mesomorph or endomorph. They used to have the behavioral problems. So the importance to have the muscles so you can support your adversities. You have the muscles so you have a better sleep. The importance you understand that you didn't have a phenotype you're going to who hurt the visual of others makes that you being happy on your work. So when you have psoriasis or bad lesion, they can also didn't find a hospital because he is shy to find a doctor to treat. So this is heavily induced by the body compositional. Obviously, I had a lot of things to say, but this is my resume to see this disease impacts the social and the body composition. And the 2024, the best prevalence of sarcopenia in patients on ES in comparison to healthier controls, but didn't analyze the phenotypes. He was on the Congress. He went to my post and said, "You give me an idea what I didn't have before." So things going to start after this Congress were things that represented the relation of AIDS and gender was really important because we have also some concepts that need to be changed through the somatotype, like because when you do the ancestral study of genetics, you see a lot of the black people have European descendants, so this phenotype is not taken account. But I'm ending just a minute. We need to change this concept. Older ones tends to be more times of the disease as the subtype or have the actual type. It's also caught your attention when you prescribe an exercise in relation to the gender. We see the body composition. There is relevance on the social to being target of the study because I'm going to open the study. It's what I find inside of this is biochemical analysis, and this is what I'm going to analyze. This is the line of research that I'm leaving to university because they want me to keep on front of. They tell us yesterday, and my wife said no, no, no. And Elise knows my wife. She said I need to say no for her, no. But the conclusion we had is this: I only want the future studies, including the spondyloarthritis and these profiles, have more correlation information to potential of prognosis and to offer crucial information. Why did you change medicine to a patient and the other, why it works or it doesn't? And maybe now I'm being too greedy, but I think that also instead of the axial and peripheral, we said that the different maybe could be a mixed type of the disease between the two. And this is a type of comments people came seeing us on the Congress. So I left you this question: is whole body vibration therapy effective for spondyloarthritis? So who thinks yes or no? I want my friends Danubia to research this. So, ladies and gentlemen, I said his study suggests that the whole body vibration therapy can improve physical function and alleviate pain in patients with chronic musculoskeletal disorder, but its specific effectiveness for spondyloarthritis is not directly addressed because no one did it before. So other studies suggest the whole body vibration therapy can reduce pain and improve physical function and muscle strength in individuals with spondyloarthritis and other musculoskeletal disorders. And I believe that you're going to have a better posture, and now you have the biological profile and not just have a better cognition of the posture. You do know that the vibration platform to this. So research this and tell me the results because I'm going to stop now. And we have this image of the group that helped me with the ASIC 3. My guided was here and hi professor. And the result was this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulo, for this presentation. Do you have any question? I forget to ask you if you had a question for Mario, but he's very known. If you have some question, you can ask him. Do you have a question for Paulo? Paulo, I have a little question. You present anthropometric parameters as mesomorph and all these parameters. Can you think that all this information can impact the detection of the athlete as high-level athlete for the future?
Yes, of course.
Huh? Well, I would like to have your opinion, because you show the example for swimmer, and because you know, for example, for swimmer, they actually to win a medal, we must have be as brachial morph with the big size, you know.
All kind of athlete, all kind of
What is your opinion?
It's important you understand how is your somatotype, because it's important. I will prescribe the training and the exercise. It's a different conduct, all right? Vocês entenderam a pergunta? Ele perguntou se poderia ser utilizado.
Did you understand the question? If we can use it in all kinds of sports, just because I talked about swimming and I said no. In reality, the somatotype analysis may be used in any practice because it is really important, because I can detect the best approach for the athlete, for this athlete, the best approach with athletes and prescribing activities and exercises, right?
Thank you for your question. Vocês não têm perguntas?
You don't have questions?
Eu fui muito mal ou ninguém?
Whether I was so bad or you didn't understand anything I said.
Mário, Paulo, pelas.
Congratulations, Mario and Paulo, for your presentations regarding the Mario's lecture, the mechanical vibration. Since I'm gonna be presenting my work tomorrow, I studied about whole body vibration with intestines, microbiome intestines, and in 2019 in Zhengzhou in China, they published a study, a research showing that mechanical vibrations can help differentiating lymphocyte CD4 matured and Treg producing interleukin 10, possibly anti-inflammatory, reducing inflammation, reducing pain, and enhancing function. And medication for an individual works, and for another individual doesn't work. So there are good studies documenting this, that depending on the intestines specifications, we know that these bacteria that are inside our body, they interfere directly in our metabolic regulation, and they will metabolize medications, interfering with our hepatic functions. So one suggestion that I would give you to your next researches regarding somatotype is to analyze microintestines signatures of these and think of how these different tomatotypes influence this, which is what's the root of this, what's the origin of these differences. I think your study is very important, but if we can understand the biological type of the person, we can reach a better level of knowledge. If you start to think regarding inflammatory intestinal diseases, the biggest spondyloarthritis is the stomachal one. Some people say I don't want glucosamine and I don't believe it. I don't like it, but I don't use collagen because it doesn't work. But nobody looked at the dysbiose, and the person doesn't have oral tolerance. It's not going to be absorbed by the body. And the same happens in the intestinal inflammatory disease. I have to double the biological dose in case of fleximab to control this inflammatory disease in the intestines. So I will never discuss with Dr. Antonio Martins. I say this all the time because he's impressive. You cannot, follow his reasoning. But I will say something like, you're right. And it is already arranged by the gastroenterology to perform an endoscopy or in a colonoscopy, because I already have from previous studies results to support me, and some of these results came to the Rain's thesis. And you already mentioned my thought that I didn't say to anyone.
Next presentation with the... sorry, Mario. Sorry. No problem. The next presentation will be the balance assessment with tech balance in knee arthrosis with Dr. Liz Palmera. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once more, I would like to thank you all. I have a double responsibility. I'm going to speak after Handan, who is a good speaker, and I'm replacing my boss, Professor Linst. So I have to, show a high level. So I'd like to talk about assessing balance in knee arthrosis patients with tech balance. So let's give you a brief introduction. The knee osteoarthritis is people are aging, and it's increasing in the population because it's easy to think of because I'm a surgeon. And I already have this issue that rheumatologists are dealing with patients like these, and I don't remember the last time I operated a knee osteoarthritis secondary to other diseases, spondyloarthritis, ankylosing spondyloarthritis, even rheumatoid arthritis is hard to operate. And think of people are aging, I still can keep my job. And in Brazil, we have the same. People are population is aging. When I was a student, the age pyramid in Brazil was like from a developing country with a very wide base and narrow top, and now we have the same demographic distribution as a developed country. So we have a large number of economically active population, and people are aging. And something else that follows these aging are the falls, and especially regarding they are a factor, a prognosis factor for high mortality and high morbidity, because when patient falls down, it might have as a consequence of low something very smooth or something very difficult, as a cranial traumatism, for instance, because these all elderly, they are subjected to a high risk of falling because of several factors, amongst which fragility. And because of that, because of this higher risk of falling, we have several strategies to stratificate the risk of falling for intervention. So, and who performs this intervention? Physiotherapists performing exercises to enhance balance, and that's why we are in the same boat, because this falls with these consequences of TCE, femur fracture, not only have increase of 8 times, and the mortality of 8 times, until 8 times of increase, not counting the cost to the health system. So, if we take a look at the NHS and in our public health systems, these falls have a high cost. So it's much better to prevent the fall than treat the consequence. And there's a sort of intersection between the risk of fall and knee osteoarthritis. And how does it work? We don't know, but it's connected to balance. So, to the extent that we age, all our systems, including balance, will worsen in time. And there are some clinical assessments to determine the quality of this balance and the quality of the patient's gait, to the point of breaking down the risks for a fall. One of the clinical methods that we use is POMA, created by Tinetti, and there are 2 domains in POMA, the balance and the gait quality. We have 14 activities that are assessed with different difficulty degrees for the patient. It could be just walk with the foot ahead of the other, or be standing up on one foot, and it defines if the patient is able to accomplish this task, or if it can do it but with difficulty, or if the person cannot do it. So we have, sometimes if you have several classes, you cannot assess, and we have only 3. POMA has 68% sensibility and 56% of specificity. It can assess the risk of fall. We have high risk of less of 19 point, average risk, and low risk lower than 23 points. We have some sort of subjectivity. How do you know if the patient is having difficulty in performing that task? This is one of the weak points of assessing the risk of fall. Nowadays, technology is helping us to improve subjectivity. Some years ago, cell phones that we had were those big ones, big and heavy with few functions. Now we have a much lighter one, and it's a computer. The cell phone that I have here is much better, much more powerful than the first computer that I had in my life. So today we have this portability, and there are systems that are capable of doing it. Our cell phone, we have an accelerometer, gyroscopic. We can navigate With our cell phone, we can assess your position. There are several studies today trying to use an app in your cell phone as a surveillance system, and also smartwatches are being adapted to it. What's TAC balance? It's a assessment system to assess balance, and it assesses the position of the patient in space, performing those 14 tasks of POMA, trying to decrease subjectivity in assessment. And what happens? How does it do it? You have a cell phone adapted with a stabilometer, and it is placed close to the patient's gravity center. It registers how the patient behaves in the space, with the speed, and how it and what's the oscillation speed, so that besides the assessment and degrees of difficulty, the calculation of the position gives you the idea of the degree of difficulty in performing the task. And above all, it registers this. It's not only a device, it's a system through which you make a registration of the capacity of the patient in performing tasks, but it also assesses using a fragility score, which is directly related to the risk of fall. And through analysis, we can assess how is fragility performing in time, and the capacity of the patient in performing tasks that foresee the risk of fall. So you have a database for assessing the patient and registering this information. So this is an example. It assesses the anthropometric. We have several ones, autonomy, but and we have a score that goes from 0 to 100. And here are the tasks that the patient performs. We have two assessments. One is human, dealing with the degree of capacity of performing the tasks. Number 2 says that a patient is incapable, and 0, the patient performs it with no difficulty. And 1 is related to some difficulty. And on top of this assessment, the stabilometer and the accelerometer of this device, it assesses from that position where the patient is, how much it oscillates, and the degree and the width of the oscillation width will define the balance degree, and is associated to the speed of the oscillation speed in his position with the Cartesian graphic, so you can assess how much the patient oscillates and the speed, the oscillation speed. And the lower the oscillation, the better it is. And the higher the speed, the smaller the variation, the better it is. So there are several activities in which through which this is assessed, and it creates a score that assesses the risk of fall through a mathematical algorithm. And I will not talk about it because I'm a doctor, and I refuse to talk about it, because if I were good in math, I would be an engineer like my father. What we have to understand, it creates a follow-up system not only to assess fragility, capacity, the score of the risk of fall, not only seen by a human assessor, but filtered by a system. And it's part of my PhD thesis, and I have a professor who assists me, and we are looking at knee patients with knee injuries that failed traditional treatments, and they already have recommendations for surgery. We assess through this KSS score and geographically too. These are partial data showing that the majority of our patients have radiography arthrosis in a very high level. Only 3 have smaller ones, lower ones, and it varies from 0 to 10. These patients, they are not here, sorry. So these patients have a lower KSS. And what do we see? The first part, we wanted to see, check if our device agrees with the clinical trial, because it cannot be worse than that. So we have a positive assessment. Regards to POMA, the lower the punctuation, the better. Tech balance is the opposite, so that's why the numbers are negative, but they are correlated amongst each other. Next step will be assessing patients after surgery and rehabilitation. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity of speaking, and I'm open to discussion.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. The last presentation will be robotic surgery in oncology by Professor Dr. Roberto Salustiano di Carvalho. Please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I'm a neurologist here in the hospital, Pedro Ernesto, and let's talk a little bit on this 10 minutes. Robotic surgery and oncology is a widely topic. So, talking about the robotic surgery. So I'm going to be brief here. The history of robotic surgery, the idea of doing a robot to do repetitive movements is since the Egyptians, they have the clockworks and the sirens who worked on regular moments. So this is an old concept that was developed really recently. And the computer assistant and robotics and automation, virtual reality, there's names we are knowing more. And now all of this came on 6 years from now. And the humans had a difficulty to have access and the space race and the industry and radiation. And this is about 60 years. And briefly we see the robot on the application. The first robot that we have described here is little biopsies, neurosurgicals, and also applications in urology and orthopedics, and were also developed on robotic arms. The first model is ASOP 1000. And we have the ASOP 3000. We have a stability image, reduce the medical personnel, replace the need of a surgical assistance. And the SUS we have on 98. We had the first telesurgeon. The China doing this not like daily basis, but we have substantial surgery. You do telesurgery from United States, from Angola. This is happening now, but the first one was on New York on the patients on Strasbourg. We had this robotical platform with 3 arms attached on the surgical table and the console from the surgeon. I'm going to show you how it works. And you have the Intuitive, the company from the Americans, they started like a Ferrari from the robots. We had an intuitive first robotic prototype from Lenny. Intuitive second generation like Mona, and then we have the Da Vinci platform. It is a Ferrari platform that we call is the best development from works on the whole world now, and was approved by the FDA on the 2000 years. And we have the Da Vinci era from the platform represents almost 40 years. Have the Chinese have their own platforms, but it have American one is a worldwide dissemination. We have the possibility of having an arm and 7 degrees of freedom and 2 degrees of actual rotation. We have a binocular visualization in a console, 20 times amplification, 3D telescope, and this is in fact a great development from the cities came on the 80s. Now we are 2024, and this is in development on the Da Vinci platform. You have now on Wedge, the most modern one is the XY there. You have a series of situations you can attend better to the surgeon and the patients with more mobility, more stability, more practical. And we are using on our routine and also on our SUS patients. So we work on a console in the 3D. You do not touch the patient. They have a system on the side, and we are working on the, it's not telesurgery because you work on the network, but this you have a console with a cable to the car with the video and the patients. And this is the Da Vinci XY system. Have maximum mobility and flexibility, a high magnify 3D camera. You operate the pelvis and the sides, and then you have the table motion. You can change the position of the patient. It's a device for being attached or not, if the hospital buys it or not. Like you have the tools like the vessel, the sealer, the stapling. You're being developing this a lot. You have a lot of development. Like this, you have a hepatical tumor. I'm not urologist, but you see induction of the green and the cyanin. You see the region of being dissected. You see this coming through the ears. You can see this on Pedro Reneshe hospital. It's more demonstrative, so you see a robot who is bigger. You have a patient, this prostate removal. And why I'm talking about the robotic and the urology, because it was in the urology that was beginning to be developed and being more developed also. You need a better magnified vision, so the robotics helped us a lot, especially on the urology. So you see the robot being accommodated here. The robot did not operate alone. We need the pilot. I think it depends more of the surgeon than the pilot, depending on the plane and the pilot. But you see these little incisions on abdomen on the patient, on the region is going to be operated, and we accommodate the robot arms, and we start to operate the patients. We have more videos, so we're going to follow this. We have an example here, only being didactic, a prostatectomy. You see this big is the surgery that we do. 80% of the world surgeries, they are made in on urology with robot, and was the first one who's going to do is we need potence and continence. On the past, you operate the patient, you take the tumor and you leave the patients on a bed and going to be helped. And now you need to operate, and the person is going to go to a party, going to a wedding, so you need to be better now. You see the bone there, the pubic bone, and now I'm telling you this is the prostate, and I open it. And when I learned on my residence, it was the only one who see the surgery was the surgeon, because it was difficult to see. And now we do the surgery and everyone is seeing or being transmitted to the theater, and everyone can tell what you're doing, talking about it. And if you do something wrong, people are going to tell you. You see there's a prostate, and if I did something wrong, we are going to tell me about it, because everyone can see now. And this is bring better results. The other application we have is the nephrectomy. There's a partial one. You can position it or talking better with the robot. It's our technical positions, but you do positioning better according to the surgery. And there's an example from enucleation from a renal tumor on robotics. The tumor came out, and we see really clear that this is a kidney, and this is a really simple tumor to operate, and we see this really clear, and we have a beautiful view magnified with 3 robot arms and one system in the field. And here, just to show the difference, this is a laparoscopy. What is the indication? This is minimal invasive surgery, but see the difference. You have the robotic arms that do not movement on this axis and have bidirectional, just one movement they had. And now the robot surgery, they're going to empowerment the surgeon, because you take a surgeon with less ability, and he can do something as a more a better doctor. This is 3D reconstruction. It's not a reality, but we do this in laboratory on the radiology. We do this reconstructions, 3Ds, and we also use other technology like reconstruction software to understand the vascularization, the tumor, localization of that. And something that's not still a reality because of the technology is the augmented reality, 3D, and I have these arrow to say this is a tumor, this is a nerve. He said everything, all of this data they produce, they're going to be collected on the company, and then using this data on the AI so they can improve the technology. This is the metaverse. I don't know if you listen about it. I participate some of meetings of metaverse, but I don't believe it. You going to a reality that is better to a reality that is odd, that is very interesting. You can do a meeting, you can go into another place. Also, we could do this meeting on the metaverse. Doesn't need to be here, so you can have an example. When you're doing the robotic surgery, you improve the blood loss, the length hospital stay, the pain, rates of conversion to open. This is an example how it can improve the cost. But the oncological results used to be the same because you have a surgeon in the middle of the way. So for all the tumors, not just the oncological ones, the urology, you show not just superiority, but you show a better recovery, less pain. If you operate on open surgery or robotics, you have better results. You empower the surgeon because you have a better surgeon with the study through the videos and have a better study of the cases. So other example I have here is cystectomy. You have a bladder removal. Here you see the energy maneuver, a polar one and bipolar one. You have a triper, staplers. You have possibilities. They are huge. You have here the bladder. Use this arm, and you do not need to use the clip because it's going to burn it. And then you look this like side the pelvis. You see in the sac, and then you look. It seems to be big, but it's better recovery you had to the surgery. But all the technology we have, a lot of times you came before, and it's better to see in the medical view. In the practice, you see, no, it's better because the results are better. But when it's good, it's going to be faster to be improved. But this is a lot of studies in urology and other areas, and general surgery, orthopedics, and other robot platforms we had, and they came in new ones. You see the number of robotic surgery on the United States. You have the penetrance of robotic surgery in the United States. The prostatectomy on United States, they're doing all by robotics. Hysterectomy, rectal surgery. You see there the first three, they are pelvic surgery. You see the develop through the time. All of the peaks surgery have increased the use of the robotic platform, mastectomy, and also the clinical study being randomized just to improve the facts. The surgery, the robot surgery, they are better on human surgery. The cancer is the leading case of mortality in the world. The treatment cancer is involving other questions, like other things like chemotherapy, radiotherapy. Our goal is to do the surgical to remove the tumor, and the minimally invasive surgery provides better functional outcomes. You do a laparoscopic surgery, HD, 3D visualization, mobility, stabilization of the tremor. The time of surgery is going to decrease, the higher costs you had, but the long-term oncology outcomes are lacking results. It's important to remember that if it's something good, we are using better, but we believe this is the best option. But just to end, what is important is that robot doesn't operate alone. There is need to have sensibility, empathy, adaptability, and decision-making abilities. You are not just pushing a button and the robot is going to do the surgery alone. There is no AI that could do this. There's a lot of variables, engineering variables. You can reproduce the ability of the surgeon to decision make abilities, and so we will always depending on the surgery. And remember that between life and death, humans and machines, there's us, there's empathy, and the ability to be on the side of the patient. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I will ask the presenter to come here for the question section, and we will take, just because we are a little bit late, we will take just 5 minutes. If you have some question, please.
Também. Quero fazer uma pergunta para ele também. Por favor, primeiro o decano. Toma aqui, primeiro o decano.
Que isso, pelo amor de Deus.
First, the Dean, congratulations. I've never heard a lecture about robotics, robotic surgery. AI, artificial intelligence, do you think it's an enemy for you? No, I don't think so. Truly, I think AI is already happening, and I still have to learn, I confess. In our practice, we know that they use Chat GPT, and I'd say that we become a 2.0 version. We can read an article faster. We can write an article, and sometimes we have some obstacles trying to find the best words. And the danger here is to replace our capacity of our decision-making capacity. It's not dangerous, but we have to know how to use it. And people that will be leading will be the ones who use artificial intelligence. Okay, so in orthopedics, we started to use robotics, and differently from laparoscopy, and the importance of the surgeon is higher. Right? For instance, create knee prostheses, and we are using robots to help us with the knee prostheses. I cannot be replaced by the robot because I have to create the access, and then the robot will make the cuts. And my doubt is, as I have a double control, I can stop the robotic proceeding, because the robot has a sensor and calculates the position of the knee according to the sensor. But I may find that their sensors are completely crazy. Once I was in a surgery and something happened and the calculations were wrong, and if I had followed those robots, the knee would be totally, distorted. So I had to cancel it. In robotics, especially in laparoscopy, have you ever seen a situation in which you had to stop the robot and start a video laparoscopy or something else? Do you have this emergency breaker or something like that? Yes, there is this possibility. When we're using robots, you have to be able to solve any problems that may arise. If you switch from robots to a traditional mode or to open surgery, we have degrees, what happens in practice. And there's also this emergency button in a robot, because it's so strong, it can break a bone if it loses control. It never happened, but regardless, there's this emergency button that it stops, the robot stops, and you operate the way you want. But truly, we can switch from one mode to the other. But what we have observed in laparoscopy, we had a lot of conversion, It's something intuitive from surgeon to surgeon, from one to the other. In robotics, when you have a younger surgeon, usually this individual has a proctor, a more experienced surgeon by his side, because it can help you achieve better results. So when you place the robot, regardless of who's operating it, of course a more experienced surgeon is going to perform it better. But even when you have younger ones, you have good results. And something else is, since this technology demands human resources, many hospitals use it. as marketing. We have robots because it brings you patients. But you attract patients, but of course you can improve also the quality of the clinical body. Your surgeons, your nurses, everyone that is there needs to go through training and specializes to bring results. And you, of course, improve the quality of your surgical body.
Intervalo? Não, não.
Bom, vamos continuar.
Well, let's move on. Let's start the second round table. I'll ask you to take your seats and go on with our presentations. The second round table It's called Technological Innovations in Neurology. And for us not to have more delay, let's invite Dr. Egas Caparelli-Dacker to present his lecture about transcranial direct current stimulation and stroke treatment. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for to the Nubia, the organization. Mario, it's a big pleasure to be here presenting. Actually, I'm gonna make a brief introduction. I work with Wagner in this project. Wagner is a PhD student. He's a physiatrist. Is involved in this project. I would like to, introduce the issue presenting our lab. It's called Label, Laboratory of Electric Stimulation of the Nervous System. It's a pleasure to be here with my boss. Is the next speaker, by the way. And the lab was created 10 years ago with the support and was for 6-7 years working inside the neurology department. This is our team. It's a little outdated. We have more people involved. And we have a series of activities, our missions in terms of assistance, research, innovation, teaching. We are involved in all these fields. We have a neuromodulation clinic where we do neuromodulation, therapeutic neuromodulation with TMS, as you prefer, and transcranial stimulation. We have mapping, and we also perform convulsive therapy. We have the second device in Latin American. We have started doing it for human disorders, magnetoconvulsive therapy. We have cortical mapping, transcranial stimulation, and central electrophysiology for research purposes. And some of the techniques of electric stimulation have these TDCS, conventional one, the HD TDCS, which is focal, and the one that can be used home used remotely. It is part of Wagner's thesis. We have him and another colleague here serving as a model. The transcranial direct current stimulation, magnetic stimulation, we perform it regularly for psychiatrical patients. This patient gave us a lecture in the morning, but she was so well that started to give us classes, But regularly we visit psychiatrical patients, and the applications for neuromodulation are basically done for psychiatrical disorders and dull and painful syndromes. We act in these fields. The patients are referred, and we use all our therapies we have to address these issues. We also have TMS. We use also robotic arms. We use these TMS with robots to perform pre-operational mapping. And it was discussed in a thesis with Dr. Peter, who teaches in neurosurgery department, in the neurosurgical department. And we have several fields in terms of neurologic rehabilitation. We have this theme of today, the stimulation for stroke, in cases of stroke. We have here the magnetoconvulsive therapy. Janine was the model. Next. These are our partners. I have here the pleasure to put 11P logo among our other supporters because we're developing a project for patients with autism. Danubia is coordinating it. I am collaborating and other partners. And that's all. And I'm gonna pass the floor to Wagner. He's gonna say what's important. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, Danubia, for the invitation, and my Professor Egas for being here. So let's talk about this transcranial direct current stimulation, the TDCS. It's a little bit of the history of our electrotherapy. In this first image, this mosaic was found in Pompeii in Italy. We're talking about Greek, ancient Greek. Although they didn't know the electronic mechanism, people, was using it for treating several conditions related to pain. And this person, Scriboni, described this use of this process. And as time goes by, we have Luigi Galvani, who was, he was dissecting a frog, and he saw that this dead frog was contracting as he was touching certain parts of the body when desiccating, and we have this history again in Frankenstein history and in Frankenstein book. And Alessandro Volta came across this experiment. And there was no fact. The fact was that the frog was not getting alive. There was this electrical current that was passing through the body. And then they tried this experiment that resulted in the observation of the electronic current. And at the same time, Daniel in England, Daniel's battery, there is this phenomenon of the oxidation. The iron starts to decrease in one side and increase in the other side. So he observed that this phenomena transporting a material from one side to the other, and they started to describe the process of the electric current. Then, in 1936, Professor Ugo in Italy started to treat psychiatric disorders with electric current. At that time, there was no discussion about ethics or intensity of the current. They just basically applied these electric shock, and this was really criticized a lot at that time because of this. Then the wars arrived, and we know what happened after. And then we have our study, our research. And stroke is a second highest cause of mortality. 3% of the total expenses in health are destined to therapies treating strokes. We don't have many financial data about these expenses and the years lost during the rehabilitation process. In São Paulo, they performed a study, and the acute treatment of stroke, they would spend $4,000, and for the ischemic stroke, $5,000. In the 60s, after the Helsinki Consensus, with ethics discussions, people resumed the electrotherapy researches within an ethical framework, observing intensity and else, and then restarted to study this stimulation with continuous direct current, with this, which is the same current we have in batteries. This is the merchandising for the product. This is the current TDCS. Basically, we have two electrodes. We choose regions in the brain where we want to act. We have the positive and negative electrodes. The electrodes come from one side to the other, and the biological phenomena is what we describe here. Where is this, what is being stimulated by the current? It depends on where you place the electrode. If it's in the frontal side or the occipital one, it's going to cross the cortex. They try to draw this map of how the current works, but we have scalp losses depending on the degree of tissue and nervous system. This varies a lot. And when it comes to biology, how does this mechanism work? The ionotic stimulation, the exciting, we have a high polarization of the membrane with synapses, and although it's pre-polarized, we have an influx of calcium in these synapses. As you increase calcium, you have a displacement of magnesium, in improving and enhancing the long-term process, and it's related to neuroplasticity. There is an induction of neuroplasticity through the stimuli. There are other proteins that act together, For instance, G43, another protein related to neuroplasticity, and as being stimulated with the anode, it will be enhanced and increased. Comparing cathodic and anodic stimulation, if you have 1 to 2 milliamperes, we observe a reduce in terms. It results in a more available glutamate in a general manner. When you have cathodic stimulation, this glutamate has more time frame before being made available, and the decrease in the liberation of GABA, and the increase in GAP43 related to anidoplasticity. When we have the anodic stimulation, there is a change in the metabolism coming from microglia, because it has a deviation in a polarization, goes to M1, it stops producing some inflammatory cytokines, 1BA1 for instance, and CD45, and has the cathodic has this anti-inflammatory potential. And based on this all physiopathologic mechanisms, if I use for some conditions, will I see improvement? And they started researches regarding cognition. Let's stimulate frontal. What's the result I'm going to have? And they started to observe a change in cognition. They stimulated M1 area to reduce pain and enhance plasticity, and that's what our work's about. There are some specificities. There is this inhibition theory, and brain is always, both sides of the brain are competing every time. And if one side is injured, the other side will be acting. So this has a very huge importance, because this is going to be protecting the neurons, liberate some substances, so this is favorable. There are some studies regarding this. They studied this protector effect. If you stimulate the area that will be inhibiting, if I potentialize inhibition, will I have less injuries, less damages, and less sequelae? And here, Professor has already described the evolution of the CDCS. The current is broad. It takes over a lot of structures. We don't know which structures well, But if I understand all the systems that are involved, we are able to stimulate areas which are more specific with smaller and smaller electrodes. This is TDCS of higher stimulation, higher potency, our power. And in synthesis, the stimulation basically depends on the type of current. We were talking about direct current, just like the batteries. And the intensity, the DCS works with low intensity, and nowadays the electroconvulsive therapy uses 1 to 2 amperes. TDCS uses less than this, 1 milliampere, 2 milliamperes, and allows us to use it in our clinical practice every day. So it's really safe and depends on the individual characteristics. Before we mentioned so much this aspect, the individual characteristics of each individual regarding genetics, gender, the medications impacting, and besides, we have the stimulation moment and the moment between stimulations. If the individual will be more active during the intra-stimulation period, or during the process itself. If during the simulation the individual was performing an activity, will this impact positively? This is being researched and elaborated. This is our lab. Just to finish, that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm gonna invite the next speaker. The next speaker about implantation of spinal devices with navigation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the invitation to be here. It's really interesting about mechanical vibration and technological innovations. I'd like to thank the Danubia professor and Professor Mario and Bernardo. I will talk a little bit of the technological improvements we did.
Direito? O início, né? O meu trabalho ficou em russo, tá? Se vocês quiserem conseguirem ler. Não sei o que aconteceu. Bom,
International Congress. I think you may understand what is written. So I'll talk about the explanation about the spine surgery. So why you do the fixation of the spine? Why we do this? This was developed by a necessity of a fracture and trauma. Patients with tumors, we need to take this tumor, a little piece of the tumor and the vertebra. So we need to fixate, put some cages and fixate the spine, and also rheumatoid arthritis and fallings and fractures. All of this tends to be necessity to instrumentalize the spine. So what you have in a instability of the spine, you try to reposition the spine, you put a lot of bones there, and the patient stayed lay down through a lot of months until this bone to glued on the spine and to solidify. So with the instrumentalization and the tools, you could do the surgery of the patient and they can stand up, and the time of this bone to being together to the spine is being obtained through 8 to 12 weeks, but with the patients walking, mobilize, your patient do not stay lay down because they can have a pneumonia, infection, and these were the use of the initial tools. First, the acids from the Harrington, to fixate with the cords and hooks into this hooks. They've been loosened up a little bit, but you was a good solution by this time. So next one, you came back, please. You have the look rods. You have the roads of Lucky. You have some problems in some areas. You need to take off the bone, and then you enter, maybe causing some neurological dysfunction. So you do a Cottrell dubset system. Also started to use to in the pentacle of the column, and can do a screw from the back inside the vertebra. You didn't need to fixate on the posterior, in the laminas of the spine. You do the fixation inside the vertebral body, so you see the screw enter to the back. This was really hard in the beginning. You can do a medullary lesion or the canal, and then people started to. Next, please. Oh, I didn't know I had the machine in my hand. So you have Bouchet on 59 introduced this type of screw. There's a Roy Camille in the beginning of the decade of the 60, and in 70 he started to be more popular. So when I was in the beginning of my formation, it's not everyone who do this screw from the back, but now it's really common, and then it's more normal to do it. Didn't need a training to that we don't learn how to do this, and if you are specialized on spine, you know how to do this. Oh, it's me they're saying next. Well, you see the possibility with the screws being perpendicular to each segment. You can put 2 screws and you can get it right, the position of the spine. But we had a problem, is that the screw, they're bad position. You see this is really breathe. I do pedicle screw, bad positioning. You see 433 articles, but in the last 5 years you have 161 articles from the last 5 years. So the bad position of the screws, it's a problem. It can be right, the screw, or it can be out a little bit. You know there's been muscles there, or it can be inside the canal doing lesion, or doing the foramus intervertebral. So sectioning up. 60% of these pedicles are being malpositioned when you place the freehand technique, and 1 on 300 patients, they need to come back to position again the screws. And when you take the screws to reach an action, maybe can fall in a traction, it can be pulled out because they don't have the fixation properly. So while we do this reorientation, initially we do an x-ray, but x-ray you can do it because you need a various position, and then you have fluoroscopy. During the positioning, you do. There's a problem of big exposition to the radiation, and you also do in just 2D, UD and the front on the side, but you didn't see from the top. And in the X-ray, if you do in the cervical, or you're doing on the the arms, you have the x-ray, you have a parallax problem because sometimes you think you are seeing an image but you're not seeing it. You have electrical inoperative electromyography monitoring. You stimulate the screw and see if this is stimulating any roots. But that's question because just the screw is being positioning on the side, you only see this type of problem. Maybe it's not touching any root, it's malpositioning, but you're going only to see on the post up. But the 3D printing system, you can do like a shape of the knife too. If we discuss, there's a series of difficulties to do this method. It's just experimental method in doing like this 3D models, and you see the place is going to put the screw. And this is what we're doing, the three-dimensional navigation system with neural navigation, and you can also use intraoperating tool. It's an experience I had recently. We used for a week this tool, and this intraoperates. It's like tomography. You do this intraoperational tomography. You see the points of reference of navigation, and you have with you this data. You know in real time the tomography being intraoperated, exactly where is the position where the vertebra is. And this is all the pieces we have. You have the infrared camera, you have these reflectors, and the camera is going to see where these reflectors are positioned. And through the data we obtain from the tomography, we are going to fusion the information and going to show you on the screen exactly where is the spine of the patient and where is the tools that you're using. And this is the tomography in our room of surgery, and showing us the screws symmetrically positioned after this system being the brain lab system and the Medfront system. When we put this system with tomography and the neural navigation, you see the experience of us using the screws and the tools, the reflectors, showing where we are. This camera is going to show us the image, and look, this green is the computer showing us the position we need to put the screws. So here is Luis Otávio, our orthopedics, our spine projects, putting a screw in his side exactly linked to the system of neural navigation. So our results, our initial experience, I put this, it was 16 pedicle screws. It's 16 screws on the correctly positioned. It's more than proof that when the tomography goes through, we are outside the room because we are not receiving radiation. And when we do all of the screws, we go through the machine again, and then we see if it's good positioning. We do not need to see in the end if maybe the X-ray is not going to show the proper place to put it. So we see there was a system B evaluation, and you do not need to have a malpositioning of the screw. We need to see the cost and the time effectiveness are necessary to encourage investment. Thank you again. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Let's just make a change.
Professor François Constant to present his presentation about subacute stroke and modular protocols for upper extremity. Well, he's not here as well, so we will have to wait a little bit. Vamos ter que esperar só bocadinho que o...
We're gonna have to wait a little bit just because François is not here yet.
Se calhar vamos abrir então discussão para estas duas palestras.
So let's start the discussion for now about these two lectures. Dr. Egas, Wagner Silva, and Flavio Nigger, I invite you to come here and let's start this discussion. Issues, concerns that you want to express to the speakers, to the lecturers. While people are shy, I'm gonna ask a question because I'm curious. The small positioning of the screws, the experience is limited. We're 16 screws, but in global terms, this type of technology will reduce the prevalence of small position screws. Do you have data from other places that could strengthen your results? Yes, exactly. It should, because you can check intraoperatively speaking the position of the screw, so no doubt that this is already defined as a more efficient method as regarding the other methods. When it comes to investment and time, as you gain experience, you become faster, and you have to set up all the devices. There are a lot of issues, but since we have a lot of experience with narrow navigation, for us it was easy to adapt. But there's the device. The patient goes through the device, so the surgical place has to involve the patient, the whole patient. So there are some settings that have to be assessed in terms of period of time for the surgery, the chances of infection. We're still assessing it, but no doubt that it improves the position of the screws, undoubtedly. But even it's going to be hard, but there is the possibility that the screw will be still more placed using this method. I think it's impossible, because when we check, for instance, people use hands-free. You know, if you're scoliosis with a lot of screws, people use hands-free. And then you perform the X-ray and you see which are the ones that are well or mal positioned. With fluoroscopy, you see if they are well positioned, and you're gonna fix one or two screws there because you did it hands-free to reduce radiation. But even with fluoroscopy, with those rays, not this device, we still have mal-positioned screws. And when you look at the tomography, they are not so well positioned, but they are okay. With this device, instantly you're gonna see exactly where the screws are. So there's no way you can get it wrong. You have a checkup system, a confirmation system that is exactly what we're using in post-op. The patient will go for a spine tomography, and that's it. And thinking about the risks of not using these devices in terms of need of another surgery, I don't think you don't have reasons for it, institutions not to use it, but it costs 1 million euros. So you have to calculate about how many mal-positioned screws are necessary to pay this equipment. But it doesn't seem to be something that institutions can deny, for long. And the euro is very expensive now, right? For Dr. Egas and Wagner Silva, you talked about this approach. Do you have data about your protocol in terms of intervention together with rehab, or only stimulation? I apologize if you talked about it, but I didn't notice. No, we're very general. So we're talking about stroke. During simulation, we do this exercise, which is occupational therapy, and with other interventions about what we have in the market, botulinum toxin, and the whole health system as a whole. Just to add up to it, the non-invasive modulation techniques, the non-invasive in terms of rehab, they work providing, being a facilitator to the other therapeutic modalities already consolidated in terms of stroke, neuroplasticity. There's a whole technology for rehab, physiotherapy, the use of botulinum toxin that are already proved. But when you use neuromodulation to add up to these techniques, you improve synergy that is already consolidated, and you improve the curve of rehabilitation of the patient, and there are data proving it. Thank you. Anyone else with questions? I'm gonna pass my mic. I'd like to ask Dr. Egas and Wagner about the setup for TDCS simulation, if it's the same for ischemic stroke or hemorrhagic stroke. It's the same setup, or it depends on the stroke phases, if it's hyperacute or chronic, and the results you want to achieve in generic terms, which are the places where you try to simulate, that would be better. And the ones that for inhibition, we chose to stimulate neurons, peripheral neurons, to the injury areas, and it decrease plasticity. So we stimulate in one area, for instance, and that's all. Basically, we're talking about cortical injuries, right? So if you think about a traumatic injury compared to a vascular injury, ischemic or hemorrhagic, there's this typical evolution of the disease to be considered. We're talking about cortical tissue injury, and in this sense, all the reasoning behind the intervention with neuromodulation passes through the region that is injured. Hello. Okay, congratulations to the lecturers, to Egas and Wagner. I am interested in a metabolic regulation, and when you have a trauma, a neurodegeneration due to a neuroinflammation, what you have is to reduce inflammation. As what I heard from Wagner's presentation, there's a possibility through electric stimulation transcranial to deactivate M1 that has an inflammatory profile. And you also said about the dynamics between glutamate and GABA. Glutamate in excess stimulates MNDS and brings calcium to the neurons, and it can damage and kill the neuron. In glutamate, instead of stimulate AMPA receptors, which contribute to neuroregeneration. So there are some studies that detail these dynamics, talking about inflammation, neuron degeneration, and regeneration too. What I have observed is that they act in the two receptors. We cannot talk about mitochondrial injury. We observe LTP, and the amount of calcium, first of all, it stimulates the displacement of magnesium in MDBA, and secondarily, the increase of glutamate and magnesium, and impact in AMPA, increasing LTP. I don't know if you want to complement. He's talking about the plasticity mechanisms that are underlying to the effect of the electric stimulation. In a short period of time, you can increase the number of receptors and thus the neural excitability. And in the long term, you have other rehab mechanisms and neuron regeneration. In specific terms regarding inflammation, as you referred to, you don't have so much research and studies. I don't know. There is something that I'm not actually looking for, but it's very interesting because you can the effect of neuromodulation, the electric stimulation occurs from the peripheral perspective, and you cannot disregard the inflammatory effects. So there are a series. We usually focus on excitability and the neuronal activity, and nowadays we see other studies verifying vascular effects and inflammatory effects, but I confess this is not something I'm looking for or that I've been researching about. And the repercussions. Thank you very much. Good night, or good evening. I would like to know if you have any contraindication in traditional treatment regarding the spinal treatment. Transcranial. Ele não está falando no microfone. He's not using the mic. The lecturer is not using the microphone. The neuropathic pain, it's an excellent indicator for electric stimulation. Usually you can depend on the syndrome you're talking about or the physiopathologic process. You can mix up factors, end up in having a sort of effect. What we see in neuromodulation is that patient that shows more than one condition involved. Humor disorders too, that may respond to this kind of treatment. If the humor is improved, which is a clear result from neuromodulation, this patient can really have a pain relief. And it's hard to know nowadays where exactly you acted. So there is divergence in literature regarding to indication, but pain issues coming from neuropathic conditions are a good indication for neuromodulation. Congratulations to all the lecturers. How to use DCS in case of epilepsy? Absolute, relative. Well, epilepsy is a myth in neuromodulation. It started, the first studies, TMS induces convulsional crisis. But now you treat epilepsy with neuromodulation. You have protocols. I've already treated epileptic patients with TMS in clinic. with good results. A very good result. He had 3 crises per week and started to have one every fortnight. It was a refracted epilepsy. Since you have, as long as you have a reasonable idea of the physiopathology of what you have, of the syndrome, the epileptic syndrome, and the type of approach you choose, you can use TDCS as well. It's not that you don't have contraindication, but it's possible to do. You have indications to use neuromodulation, TDS or TMS with epileptic patients. It exists. Thank you very much. So let's move on with our discussions. So I'm gonna
to talk about subacute stroke and modular protocols for the upper extremity.
Thank you very much. It's not innovative health system, but we try in my office to put new knowledge for the stroke protocols, program, rehabilitation, and this is very difficult. Firstly, I have to make a presentation of the rules of neuroplasticity, but I have no time to make rules and modular therapy for upper extremity, so I choose to show you what we try to make in my office in Reims, in France. I'm François Constant Boyer. I'm full professor from physical and rehabilitation medicine, and as example, Wagner cite my colleagues, Bertrand Glise from Bordeaux. He works a lot on aphasia and TDCS, effectively. So I don't know. I can say you if we pass the slide. Yes, slide, please.
No, you can use that.
Okay. This one. Okay. So, as you know, it is a poor functional recovery from the upper extremity after a stroke, and this is not as lower limbs who the patients can walk in 80% of case, but they don't walk with the speed walking. So for the upper extremity, we have almost 1 out of 3 recovered dexterity at 6 months. And lower limb recovery is very better because the selectivity of movement of the upper extremity is very pyramidal, as the lower limb is holistic, and this is not the same recovery. If you have, we can among hemiplegic patients with no upper limb mobility, at entrance we have 14% have complete recovery, 30% have partial recovery, and an half have no recovery. And this is a problem because we don't have some program for this patient. We have proximal recuperation, but not distal recuperation. And we have some paper yet to use BCI with transferring cortical activity in cervical spinal activity. So we have to predict the recuperation, because if the patient come in your office, you have to choose. I make intensity rehabilitation very hard or not. You make unilateral rehabilitation or bilateral rehabilitation. You have to choose your objective. and we are guiding with rehabilitation prediction, but this prediction is not so good. This is the algorithm of Stinea, but we see after. What do we know to know? Recovery after hemiplegia is non-linear. Time factor explains only 25% of the significant change in the motor patterns of the MS, of the upper extremity, during the first 6 to 8 weeks. Simultaneous recovery period of the upper, lower limb and trunks is about 3 months. Physical therapy must be applied intensively and in task-oriented manner, and you have to organize your office to can make this type of rehabilitation. Is not simple in the office. And you have to make this intensive rehabilitation if prediction is positive. We have this algorithm of Stinea, and this algorithm says that if you have a safe score, it is shoulder abduction, flexor extension, superior and equal of 5. You have some at day 3. You have a very good chance to have a good restoration and adaptation. But if you have not, you have to evoke potential motor to make. And then if the patient is this one, we have to make intensively rehabilitation. But this algorithm is in defect in 20%. It's a large error, and we have to precise this algorithm. So, for the upper extremity and stroke, we have primary disorders. Primary disorders is sensory perception disorders. Some patients have neglect. Some patients have apraxia. Some patients have other perception disabilities. And intensity of decreased voluntary skill and selectivity of the motor system on movement, and disturbance in movement, slowing down, and poor coordination. You have to manage secondary disorders, pain, glenohumeral subluxation, shoulder-hand syndrome, spasticity, and learning non-use, because if the patients don't make rehabilitation, you learn non-use. The goals of the rehabilitation in this patient are multiple. You have understand to use adjunctive therapy to treat upper extremity, positioning, shoulder splint, electrostimulation and biofeedback, stretching. You have identified upper extremity and trunk misalignment and effect on function. Prevent occurrence of complications of pain on learn non-use. You have to apply evidence-based rehabilitation exercise and understand assessment procedure and therapy. Select appropriate exercise to improve available motor control and prevent pain from occurring during a treatment phase. So the system as we try to put in your office is prediction, selectioning objective, and then apply the programs for each patient. our patient don't make the bread in your office, but it is just French bread. For the positioning, you have some sling, and the sling are very important to prevent subluxation. You have a Bobat sling, this is this one, and Roylon sling is a US sling, but this is an Israeli sling, and you have to positioning not just for walking, but in wheelchair too, to prevent on syndrome, shoulder on syndrome. So we have to stretching the patient, himself exercise, and positioning in a lying position or standing position. All the prevention must be made with your team. Here's the recommendation for mobilization of upper extremity of the patient to avoid the shoulder on syndrome, and you have the reference here from Kondo. Upper extremity, movement of upper extremity is very difficult because this is very selective, and you have to choose between bilateral task or unilateral task, as here, and because the system on the adaptation of the cortex needs motivated, determined cup position for the cup, prediction of the position, calculation of spatial relationship, action plan, and execute. So it's very difficult to make a good rehab. But if the patient have a low recovery, we choose in general bilateral movement. If the patient has better recovery, we choose unilateral movement and task-oriented unilateral. So we have to choose the different class of patient and stratify patient. For stratify the patient, we have 4 modules. 1 module with poor recovery, module 2 for limited recovery, module 3 for good recovery, and module 4 for dexterity in recovery. We use the ARAT system to measure the dexterity. And you know this system to measure prehension and activity of the upper extremity. And with 2 RCT, we can yet make this score with 4 items, and this is very speed. Physical therapist or occupational therapist prefer task-oriented movement, so we can use Wolf function motor test, and because we can use a pen, cards, and this is very best for the patient to use object. This is not the case with ARAT. So we can make this questionnaire. As you know, Fugl-Meyer upper extremity is very used in literature, so we make them. And we can use patient-reported outcomes as able hand motor activity logs on other questionnaire, and we prefer questionnaire that is in interval score as RASH. So module 1 is patient with poor recovery, and we fix objectives as passive orthopedic maintenance, enhanced sensitivity function, and voluntary motor control facilitation. We have current procedure or instrumental procedure if you have the system in your office. And you have to fix the outcomes because we are in module 1. So we can use mirror therapy, we can use robots, taping, or bilateral bimanu track. This is a bilateral system. And electrostimulation is used too. We have circuit training for the patient, and this circuit training is composed with 4 exercises, 4 patients, and 2 hours a day to be intensive with cat exercise. Module 2 is a patient with start of upper limb voluntary motor control, and then we have goals, relearning of motor control, learning and use prevention with the outcome and the current procedure and instrumental procedure. You know the constraint induced movement therapy with the duration. You have modified protocol or not modified, and the procedure to make that, to do this protocol. This is repetitive task-oriented therapy, and we can exercise the patient in collective or not, with different exercise to eat or to wash, because this is task-oriented therapy. Module 3, this is patient with better restoration, adaptation, and we know that this is associated with endurance and strengthening, so we make a lot of exercise of strength and strengthening, and we optimize skills performances. We can ask the patient to wash our centers, but this is not director are very happy. And we have some exercise with proximal exercise or distal exercise, and we have to make the two. And module 4 is optimize holds on manipulation, improve dexterity, and improve bimanual coordination. And we have outcome and current procedure and instrumental procedure. So we can use normal we can stimulate fine dexterity and dynamic touching. This to work movement, you have to work sensitivity. touching and movement, motor and perception. Here you can see the level of knowledge. We have a lot of study to implement, but we have some knowledge to put in your practice, and it's very difficult. Thank you very much.
Professor Flávio Nigro, encontrou a apresentação? Encontrou, ok. Então, vamos ter aqui uma alteração. O professor Dr. Elton Simões não pode estar presente, mas vamos ter o professor Dr. Flávio Nigro a falar então sobre o implante de estimulação cerebral profunda para Parkinson.
Bom, queria mais uma vez agradecer em nome do professor Ellington.
I'd like to first of all thank you in name of Ellington because he had to go back on behalf of Harrington because he had to go to Zona Sul, go back to Zona Sul to bring something, and he was caught in the traffic because in the tunnel, Rebouças, there was a fire in the car inside the tunnel, and that stopped the traffic. So he was at the Botafogo beach right now, desperate. And we had the opportunity to work together in this project with deep implantation of devices for Parkinson's together with the health secretary. And we are reference when it comes to electrodes being implanted for Parkinson. We started in 2023. This project did not evolve until 2019 when we were invited by the secretary, and we started at Hospital Pedro Ernesto in another phase because it almost closed in 2018 because of the crisis. And finally, our governors started to give the hospital funds that it needed to move on and started to use it as a partner to the state and started to see that the service that they obtained was much better and cheaper. And when we started our spine project 3 months later, by seeing the results they had, they invited us for Parkinson implantation since we had a lot of patients. This is a very wide used method, and patients started to claim for it. There was a hospital doing it, but it was not possible to absorb all the demand, and we started to help. And we have already operated 61 patients. We perform on average 2 surgeries per month, implanting cerebral electrodes. I'm going to talk about Parkinson's a little bit. You have many doubts regarding people say, you're going to put a stimulator or not. How does it work? So for you to understand a little bit, I'm going to do an introduction. Parkinson's is a syndrome described by James Parkinson. Patients were paralyzed and agitated at the same time. They thought it would be a stroke, but the patients were lacking dopamine. They were stiff, they were trembling, they were slow, and also the gait, that particular gait. The patient started to have this axial this axial problem and walking like they were falling to the front. So there's this Parkinson that can start because of drugs, Plasil. There are the drugs that could cause Parkinson, and you have the Parkinson syndrome. It is a degenerative process that lacks, the body starts to lack dopamine, and it works, it affects the whole nervous system. So every treatment that we have for Parkinson now, it's not to avoid it. It's not to prevent the progression of it. It's to try to improve the quality of life as a consequence of lack of dopamine and the symptoms that the patient present. When we see the relationship between the deep implantation of electrode, how did you discover that she had to place this electrode inside the brain? When did it start? When we go back in history, how did they start for this disorders in movement? So you imagine 200 years ago, and a kid in the school starts to move in a very awkward way. The child does not control it. What could parents do? They could hide the child because they didn't know what was going on. They had nothing to do. So in 1909, this neurosurgeon, Sir Victor Horsley, he would resect the motor area of the brain. So it would be better that the patient could be paralyzed than have in that awkward movement. Because if you have a paralysis, you are better seen in terms of society, by the society, compared to when you have awkward movements, The cerebral control comes from this spine to promote the movements, and they do this section of this part, the cortical spinal, and you have to section. You have to section these fibers so that the member will be fragilized. And Cooper wasn't performing a surgery, sectioning this trait. And what happens that he injured the artery. He damaged this area, the anterior coronary, and he had to coagulate it during the surgery. And it was waiting to see how the patient would do. When the patient woke up, since he coagulated the artery, this artery was providing blood to the brain, to a part of the brain that's responsible for the movements, and the patient woke up better. The patient was not paralyzed, but had an improvement in the motor system. So there is this area here. We have to focus on it to create injuries in Parkinson's patients because we didn't have medication before. So he had this territory. He had an iatrogenic polydotomy. It stopped working. The patient improved, got better. So this became this became the place, the target for this implantation. The prevalence of Parkinson is estimated between 85 to 107 cases per 100,000 people, and the functional incapacity is compared to those due to strokes. So people with Parkinson are just incapable as people that have strokes. So there is this injury in this nigra substance that produces dopamine and will facilitate the movements. If you have a block in dopamine, this nucleus that block the movement, they become hyperactive and they start to block the movements. This nucleus and also these two nucleus, they are hyperactive in Parkinson because of the lack of dopamine. And here you were blocking the movement of the cerebral cortex. So Parkinson's, in the beginning, you have to treat it medically. You give dopamine to the patient, and the patient will feel very well for some time. But after a while, like 7 years, 8 years, that medication is not going to work anymore so well as in the beginning. So you're going to have to reduce the intervals and boost the dose, increase the dose. and you start to have collateral effects, and they are unbearable. So when patient takes dopamine, doesn't work. Sometimes it works a little bit better. Sometimes it works a lot. It depends on the pharmacodynamics of the medication. When you start to have these oscillations, you have to, whether you injure those hyperactive nucleus or use cerebral stimulation. And they saw that in planning these stimulators, you have the same effect as an injury. The advantage is that when you injure the nucleus, you can control the injury. But you can injure less and you can injure more. But if you injure more, you cannot go back. And whereas the stimulation, you can stimulate less. You have this electrode implanted in the brain. If you don't stimulate so much, you can increase it. If you increase it too much, you can decrease it. Of course, it's more expensive to do the implantation of electrodes. Some patients that live far from the city centers, they face difficulties because you have a recharger with the battery that you have to constantly recharge. So there are some centers that perform the injury due to these social factors, because maybe the patient will not adapt to turning on and off the charger. But the tendency is not to perform these ablative activities. And then you can perform the injury, as I said, or you can stimulate. You cannot go back if you injure it too much. But when you stimulate, you can, of course, control the degree of stimulation. Harsh, the French, created this map from monkey data extracted from monkey. And before we would do ventriculography to measure the anatomic parameters, and from that, with these parameters, we would find the nucleus created by Taylor Hash. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. With the evolution of image exams, we don't use ventriculography anymore. We do an MRI with a 0.5 Tesla, 3 Tesla, and 7 Tesla. And we see different nucleus. This is a rubber nucleus, is a parameter to implant the stimulator. This new subthalamic nucleus has around 4 millimeters, so you have to find a 4 millimeter point in the brain. You gotta be very precise. And you can see how the image evolves. We don't use 7 Tesla, we use 1.5 Tesla, and we can calculate the position. Before, we would do it with the map, distance. Now we can do it visually, and what we do is testing the intra-op patient. So once you place the stimulator, you test to see if it's well positioned. We know that there are many things that pass through the nucleus. It can touch some fibers rather than others, and a patient will feel like, will face stiffness or deviation in sight or sensation of bad thoughts. It depends on how you stimulate, which areas you stimulate, if it's well positioned or if it's more in one side than the other, and you can adjust it during the surgery. And here, the positioning in the nucleus. Now we have the program with artificial intelligence that draws the nucleus for you, and in MRI, the substance and Negra substance in the nucleus are really similar, so sometimes we often don't differentiate them. And here, with this image, the AI draws the situation for you. They have programs, and by the number of pixels and the type of structure, they are able to say this is the subthalamic nucleus. Your eyes are not being able to see it. Well, but this is a great evolution for us. And we can also see all the traits surrounding. Remember that I said that depending on the position, it can get this part or that part of the cortex, but it already draws the cortex for us, the trait, and all the parts of the brain. And we are able to see the position of this electrode. So this is the patient. We test the intra-op test. We place the simulator. The patient has a local anesthesia for us to implant the electrode. We place this arc. Why do we place this arc? Because it's very precise. It requires precision. This arc will guide the precision. And we're going to perform an MRI and a tomography that are going to be fused and complement each other. I'm going to have all the parameters in space exactly where the spot that we want is. We're going to click and see in the computer is going to show us this image with precision. And here we are performing the study. There's the patient who is woken up, is woken in. We use local anesthesia. Once the arc is fixed, there is no pain anymore, and the patient goes to the surgery. And he is awake. And once we place the electrode, the neurology team will test the patient. And here we're going to test and see here the patient is trembling with the electrode on this side, and we turn it on and the trembling disappears. The trembling disappears, and also the stiffness. That it's also parameter for Parkinson. And we're gonna, improve and enhance the simulation to see the collateral effects and try. And meanwhile, we talk to the patient. We ask the patient to talk to see if there is any change in speech. If there is change in stiffness, we ask him to perform some movements with the hand. The neurologist will test the stiffness. And remember that the patient in the surgical center is without medication for 12 hours. So you have to have the patient without medication, and by using the stimulation, you can stop the trembling and reduce stiffness. Once you see that it's well positioned, the electrode, it's already done. So we put the generator. Then we have the general anesthesia. We get the arc out, and we implant with the generator that it's there working. It lasts for 5 years, and then we have to change it. It's bilateral. You can turn on both electrodes. If you simulate just one side, and you reduce the medication for collateral effects, and in the other side, you lack it. So because it's the disorder is bilateral. So that's all for you to understand a little bit about this.
So let's talk about the discussion. Constant is going to come here, and Dr. Ford, I have some questions from the audience. We have a question here. Let's give the mic to the person. Congratulations for your lecture, your organization. I just got here, but I'm enchanted by the Professor Flavio. There's any correlation between the improvement of the humor of the patient with the Parkinson, with this electrode, or there's not? Well, usually we see to the related to the questions of the quality of life. Patients have a better humor because he is happier. They have a better quality of life. We are really impacted when we know more the patient. Although we implant the electrode, it's important to know that we implant the electrode, but who follow up? It's the neurosurgery. They see the increasing or decrease of medication, the regulation of the generator, but I see the patients who are ending the battery or the battery it just ended, or when you need to change because of an infection. It's rare, but sometimes you had and you need to take the battery. And this time the patients see how they were happy with the generator, because when it stops to work, you see that this life was begins to be tragic, or if there's a possibility of stay 6 months without the generator, is got into despair because some patients cry, say they need to be with the generator because they can't stop their life for 6 months. They start to work, they start to run, start to do all of the activities they didn't do before. So if you ask about the questioning quality of life, because sometimes you see difference, doesn't see that so much on a questionnaire, but you see on the modular generated. Patient said, I did improve because I still have a pain. So I asked, okay, so let's adjust. It's not so good. I do not like the sensation of tingling I feel on my leg. Okay, so let's try change it. And then there's a time I said, after a year, let's take out this generator. It's not working. No, doctor, please do not take off. And she was good, from like a miracle. And then you see that it really works, because if you say to take off, and it's a problem for her. So thank you. It's because I have two patients with a lot of depression, also the neurologist and the psychiatrist, just medication. And one of the motive we talk about it, it's the loss of the movement. So I try to stimulate a little more because it's an old lady, so started to lose all the movements of their body. So I'm seeing here being operating by you. It has Parkinson. This is important. You have a complex, because when the patient do Parkinson surgery, didn't say that before, because it was a fast class that I had here to show you. But we have a multidisciplinary team. We have psychiatrists, physiotherapy, you have neurosurgery. We need to apart the Parkinson from dementia. So if the patient's two dementia, you can put the neurostimulator, because the patient needs to have a better cognition, being good functional, because a lot of dementias, they being degenerative to the brain. They seem like Parkinson, but it's not. It's from the other disease they're committing the patient. So you can use the electrodes in that case. You need to select it well.
In a flow chart of dealing with the patients with a stroke, when you choose to use the botulinum toxin early in the treatment or maybe later, what's your
the problems with the stroke, the spasticity begin at 2 months. It's not the same with brain injury, but for stroke, you have, I think, 15% of patients at 2 months. But if we need, we can make botulinum toxin early. It's not a problem. Because if you have a lot of spasticity, in general, is not a good prediction. In general.
But you can use it as to prevent the early in the first manifestations of spasticity. Then you choose to use, or maybe it's better to wait till it is consolidated.
Right.
The spasticity.
We have a study, but in France, but I think we don't have the results. We have compared baclofen and botulinum toxin, and the rationale of the study was to say that baclofen stop plasticity, and that's why it will be preferable to use botulinum toxin. But I don't have the results. To prevent spasticity, I don't know. I don't know. To prevent spasticity, we have stretching, but stretching you must stretch each day. So you
rely on exercise.
Yes.
Okay.
I have one question. I was mesmerized with that 20% failure in the algorithm, of the SAFE algorithm.
Yes.
How do you deal with those 20% of cases?
Can you repeat, please?
Yes. You told us that the SAFE algorithm,
yes,
it fails in 20% of the cases.
Yes.
How do you deal with those 20%?
20. We don't have solution. I think we can go further with IA or new data, but it will be good to have solution for this 20%, because I think we can have a good solution with neurosurgical and BCI. To today's patient, you know that these patients don't have recuperation, and so we can switch with neurosurgical system with BCIs to put the cortical activity in the cervical cords, and with recuperation of the upper extremity. We have one of two papers very recently with this hypothesis.
Okay.
Yes.
And the other question is, when do you started using this modular therapy? It's like it's actually a therapy developed for each kind of patients, and that is one of the important things that is recommended nowadays. You should have this specialized therapy for each patient. But when did you start using this approach? Many years ago.
The 7.
Okay.
The 7, but the problems, because I am the head of the of the centers, this is to planify the planification of this task, because it's very difficult. We have 100 beds and a lot of trainers, and we work actually with a soft for planification, and we want in the future to make IA with to be sure that each patient have the good intensity and the good objective, pardon, and this is a lot of work. I think we have the soft in June 25, and after we implement IA
Okay.
in.
But you start using this stratified approach how many years ago? It's something that you started many years ago, or
Before COVID crisis.
Okay. Because I have, because every research paper is starting to say, well, we should use a stratified approach to our patients.
Yes.
And I was going to ask if you now have data to say that, if to answer the question, if this kind of approach is better than the one that you had before. If shifting to this stratified approach, if it improved the
Yes.
outcomes in the long term or in the mid term on these patients.
We don't have this. We don't have research in adults, but we have in France some kind of approach in children. The project is Habit IL. I don't know if you know this protocol. Habit IL, and they have very good results with PC patients because they implement intensity with short period and not one seance a week is not good. You have to make intense programs in short period.
Thank you. Mais alguma questão?
Any question?
Boa noite. I wanted to thank you both for the presentations. Mas eu queria fazer uma pergunta em relação ao Parkinson.
I'd like to make a question about Parkinson. I'm a psychology student, so I would like to understand about the relation to the pharmacology and neurological disease. So I'm thinking that Parkinson, there's something to do with the relation of dopamine, like depression. But when you say that you enter with the medication, you have a high dopamine, and when you're going to increase, you can also open schizophrenia picture, like they are related to a high dopamine. So I'd like to ask you if you see there is any alteration for the cognition on the neurological part of the brain of someone who has a Parkinson, or in developing like a psychotical picture, and I think like have a mania. I don't know if there is something related to it. Anyway, I'd like to know if there is something more specific. But I think about this progression of dopamine as a medication in this affects or can develop another disease in the patients. Well, the first experience I had on a patient with Parkinson, you see that this patient has dyskinesia. You're going to increase the dose, and the patient starts to do these cynetic movements. You see the person do like this, and I think it must be an odd situation to be like this, but it's so much dopamine in the brain that actually they are happy. So it was the first thing that I thought, that you see this, the situation is dramatic, but the person is happy because they have more medication. But there's a bunch of things, intersections we can do with the psychiatrist. For example, when you put the stimulator on the subthalamic spot, you can stimulate mania, like you said, or like you. How do I say this? The person develop addiction to games. Some people already have exactly. If you induce this place, this person started to. I forgot the syndrome. Yes, compulsion only in games. But the Brazilian patients, it doesn't need anything to, because they are using their money to play games. But in reality, you see this intersection, but also there's a patient that doesn't have a path to going for a psychiatry. Some patients can have schizophrenia, a delusional, or have some symptoms on the eyes or other alteration like delusions. They can develop this, is really well related. Thank you everyone, thank you for the discussion. I think we can close now. Thank you for participate.